Okay, I know I haven't streamed in like forever. That's for one. It's literally the next year. I don't know why it's the next year. I'm joking. I do know. Welcome everybody, and currently I am just doing the usual. I haven't actually drawn much. Well, I have. I've actually drawn my own model of stream a lot. I wanted to do this one on stream because one, I'm literally doing this for 25. I've been streaming since last year, literally. I haven't. Yeah. 2025 was not it. I didn't like it. I actually do have a plan. I plan to stream at least, what is it called? 3 times a week. I want to get a video out every week. I've actually been working on a video, but it hasn't been working because I don't have enough storage, apparently, on my device, which is not good in my opinion. This is the lace for the legs, I think. Oh my god, I forgot how bad the zooming out is versus how I gotta pinch it on my iPad/tablet. It's completely different. Yeah, this is different. Okay. We're gonna need the shoelace because I don't know why I called it lace. I do remember what I had to do, but I don't know why my storage is short. I think it's something because of the recordings I had, a lot of them. There was only, I believe, I don't know. In my opinion, it was a little bit, but it could have been way worse. Actually, I have an idea. We're gonna have the sketch of it because I don't think I sketched out the lace color or anything like that. I'm gonna name this shoelace sketch. And W for people who got out of winter break, sadly, or depending on what you guys like. Okay, boom, boom. Okay, this is how we're gonna do it. It's not, it is. Okay, it is not the exact same as mine, my actual shoe, because when I have it, when I sketched it, drawn it, whatever, it was way more organized, quote unquote. Also, the color can also help what goes over and what goes under. This one is gonna be the over, and this is gonna be the under, this round. And then we switch it. It's gonna be I'm pretty sure you guys get it. I don't want the laces too tight because if the laces are too tight, it won't actually look right. I think this is the time when you actually have to scoot your canvas back. But we're not gonna talk about that. Hopefully you guys are doing good. I'm just very motivated. I've been drawing ever since I pretty much woke up. Welcome to the stream. Also people on Twitch. Welcome. Here we go. Okay, here we go. As you see, I kind of did have the sketch, but I didn't have it how I wanted it. It looks okay. Also, my wire display for some reason didn't work as well. I don't know why, but it was just okay. It wasn't perfect. I guess we'll do a little more. I'm just kind of making sure what color lace goes over and what color lace doesn't. I do have a lot of plans this year. One, it's personal plans, and then 2 is obviously streaming plans. So I'm gonna talk about the streaming plans. I do want to get a nice big, huge PC one day, sooner or later. But I do plan to stream some games once I get my VTuber models done, so you guys can actually be like, oh, play this game, play that game. It's very basically the goal. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know. Wait, let me make sure that the music is not loudest than me. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, cool. I know it's kind of late for streaming. I also do have a plan for the streaming schedule. I want to do Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, even though I skipped a day literally last Saturday, well, yesterday basically, because I was focused on making sure that you guys had a video, and the video didn't work, so I kind of just like was like, okay, let me just get everything done today as much as I can, so it doesn't like be iffy, if that makes sense. But so far it was like, I don't know what happened. It said I didn't have enough storage because of something. I don't remember. It was like something stupid as far as I know. Even though I don't even have much mini videos on my own channel for some reason, I don't know. But it just said something about that. It was kind of weird, in my opinion. I'm gonna make it like that. The lace itself should be there, and the lace here should be there. I don't know why it's crossing weird up to here. Maybe it's because of the gap? This is why I'm also drawing on the other side to make it look better, and it's not. It looks okay around this part. I don't know why. Maybe because these are more long diamond shaped and the other ones are like short. So it's kind of like boom, and then this one goes over, right? Like right here. Okay, that makes more sense. Now it looks a little more correct. Also, the shape here is kind of like, see how they align? They're supposed to. I don't know why that didn't. I'm gonna move this one up a little more. I don't know if the music is odd. It is for me. Just a tiny bit. Let me check just in case. Like, okay, it seems fine so far. Okay. I'm gonna put some music in the background on my end. Hopefully you guys can't hear it. If you can hear it, you don't. You lurk. Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people lurking. What is it called? There we go. I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope you guys don't hear it. So YouTube don't copyright me, please. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. Okay, you guys don't. Thank God. I wonder how to... Actually, I have a better idea. I'm gonna play it on my phone and go from there. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't. If it does, it does. Okay, even better. Now you guys can hear literally just the music you guys hear instead of mine. Thank gosh. I don't want to get copyrighted. I apparently got a copyright strike. I don't know how, but all my music is literally not copyright strike or whatever. Copyright free. I literally pay money a month just for it to work. And apparently it didn't work. I don't know if there was something on my end. Like I said something that I said last stream or something. Very iffy. Or whatever. Okay. Realistically, it would go like that. And then it'll go like that. It's a little too up. Oops. There we go. It should be like somewhat straight. We're gonna do it like that and like that. I'm just gonna do a different color to make it a little more easier. Circle and then string and the string. Or should we make these a little longer? Yeah, we'll make that a little longer because I feel like it's much better like that for some reason. I think I know what reason, obviously, but it's to balance the colors out so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. Oh my lord, what did I press? Okay. Boom. And a boom. And then we're just gonna go like that and that. And since it's a sketch, we'll go like that. I think I need this anyway. For now. Important. Boom. And boom. I gotta like fix that. Did I use that color or is it supposed to be this one? I can't remember. I think it's this one. Yeah, that looks exactly. Kind of. Unless it is this. This seems right. It's like a purple liner. I don't know why I don't have that color. What if it's this? It is. That's crazy. I'm gonna make this a little smaller, like the pin size or whatever, because it is not looking too, like, good in a way. I do appreciate everybody for joining, by the way. I thank everybody for stopping by. I say this like every stream, but you guys get it. Even if it was like a minute or less, I do appreciate everyone. Did I have it like that and then... Let me look at my reference before I continue. I'm drawing my VTuber model. Welcome to the stream. I remember your streams. Oh my gosh, thank you, thank you. I'm currently looking up a reference of shoelaces on how they actually literally fold into each other. Okay, one. This is a little difficult. I can't really see it, this one, for some reason. Oh my god, I just need a basic tennis shoe, please. It goes like this, and then it goes over. Is that correct? Boom. Boom. And then it goes through. These are... These aren't correct. Probably. Internally joking, guys. Boom. Goes out. Goes under. Goes out. Okay, what about the over? It does go out. Okay, wait. I'm correct. I thought it was going insane for a sec. Like, actually. Okay, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna make it like this. See, I knew it. I was so close, guys. Hopefully you guys are doing well. This one, specifically this lace, is gonna go under. so we can get that like I don't know how to explain it. Look, actual shoe look, I guess. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Okay, it's a circle. I'm not mad at it. It's a cute one. Looks like a wonky circle. Sometimes I think it's because it was a little too wide. It sounds like you're struggling. Yeah, I am. Literally. I figured it out. This side though, it kind of looks a little wonky. There you go. Heck yeah. I did it. I did it. I did it. I'm trying to not make it look wonky because one, this is literally my friend's VTuber model, and if I mess this up and I'm literally practicing, I don't think anyone's gonna buy. Since it stops here, we're just gonna make this one go over and this one go under. I think we'll do the under first. So we'll just... It's kind of like a friendly commission, if that makes sense. So it's not like anything to worry much about. It's more like a... the friend commissioned me for said product, and said product is a experimenting product. Is nothing anyone can really buy yet, so... As far as I know, I hope I didn't put that up on the commission link. I also do have a Discord server for people who want to join. Preferably people that are kind of, you know, able to be on social media for the right age, obviously. I'll link below, and if you guys want to like look at my art, I have my socials on the screen, literally sliding. But yeah. We're gonna do that. Also, the Discord server is specifically for people who are, I think I said it last stream as well. Hopefully I did. But 16? No, 15 and older, because I think that's the right age for people with a certain maturity level. Not in a weird way, please. I just don't want anyone crying about said bully or whatever and people bullying for quote-unquote fun, when I believe at my age I was just like, at that age, a certain age, I was just kind of like, okay, I'm chronically off of this or I'm just here to show my progress. Thank you, thank you. I try to like improve it as much as I can, but you know, art styles are very subjective and all of that. Okay, the zoom is not working, but oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna move it like here, so I'm at least a little bit further than the other ones. This isn't right. I swear, people who do shoelaces, like art shoe drawings, are like freaking masterpieces of art. Like, bro, I swear they're professionals. They've been played these games before. I swear. Okay. A long stretch from here to there, but I think it's gonna work. Imagine if I had to do like 5 sketches and then do this liner. I'd be freaking upset if it turned out like this. Okay, okay. There we go, guys. Okay, perfect. It's like small on this end, but it's a little stretched, if that makes sense. Like it's stretchy. Okay, okay. There we go. Okay. I see a mistake on this end. Oh my god. Please don't tell me I messed up. Okay, never mind. I see a mistake on this end that I want to fix, and it's that little line, and it was bothering me. I don't like it. I'm gonna make it nice and straight as possible, not a whole bunch of chicken scratch. There we go. I did it. I did it. Oh my god. Okay. I think we're just gonna go over. We're gonna draw this really fast. Maybe that's how people do it. What if that's actually how they do it? I'm pretty sure once I get used to doing VTuber models, specifically shoelaces, I'm most likely gonna be like, oh yeah, this is easy. I don't know why I was struggling last time. This is gonna be hilarious. And we're just gonna go back in with the circles. How about that? Because I really want to get to the rendering and coloring or whatever. These are not aligned, and that's bothering me. We're just gonna zoom in. There we go. Rendering is literally everybody's favorite, I feel like. I don't blame you. Only a gajillion more laces to go? No, for real. It's like, how do I explain it? Everyone is okay with line art. I feel like the people who prefer line art are usually the people who go for like manga type of look without the coloring specifically. And when they do color it, it's mainly just like black and white, usual blink stuff, you know? There's nothing you can really control except for the outcome, I guess. But I'll probably know when I'm like doing a lot of black and white manga, but that's not currently right now, but later on most likely. Cough cough. Yeah, rendering is honestly my favorite thing. Like the solid color, okay, sure, the grayscale, get it out the way. I just wanna like color. I feel like any artist just wants to color. They don't want to do all the hard work, in my opinion. I don't know. I could speak wrong. On like, I don't know. I'm not every artist. I'm one artist out of like cajillion. So, ow. Hold on, guys. I'm fixing my headphones. It's kind of pressing into my ears. I don't blame you with sketches, because like that's the one thing I kind of just. Ironically, I love doing sketches, but I also hate it at the same time. And like, I love having the idea, but I don't know. Doing it myself. Am I a lazy artist? I think every artist can be lazy. You know? Every artist is lazy at its own limits. As long as, you know, the artists actually have boundaries and literally every, like, tip in the world, and obviously discipline, then they will be so good or whatever. Good artists are not really like made, they happen naturally. And that's by practicing in progress. So literally a nice hate-love relationship with literally sketching. Oh my god, we're almost down. Done, down, same thing. I was trying to say I have to move this part down, but then I was saying I'm almost done. You know what? Same words. It don't matter. Okay, we're just gonna do this. I feel like other artists only watch other artists. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but I feel like no, like, person. How do I explain it? I feel like no regular human being wants to sit up there and be like, oh yeah, I guess I like Picasso because blah 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 blah. When said Picasso is like streaming like every other day or putting their hard work out there. And I feel like other artists just support other artists because I don't know, it's just different things. Like for instance, how do I explain it? Game designers, their art is literally professions on specifically making coding move, and they need certain things with like sprites and all that, right? So to gain said sprite, they're gonna need art or they have to become the artist. You know what I mean? And that's just pretty much it. It's like all about who you know and how you make it happen. In my opinion. I can be completely wrong. I don't know. For other people out there who are game designers or like artists, let me know. But then again, there's like a 2% of like, you know, normal people, like people who just work, let's say, an office job, literally just watching said person drawing just because they feel like it. But I really feel like art is in its own just goes to said artists or other artists. Literally. See, that's what I mean. Like inspiration and just because, and just support. Like for instance, I can't really think of an artist on top of my head the minute I put myself on spot like that. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure you guys get it. It's like, at times, I used to, well, I still do this. I just sit back and literally just watch other artists just draw, just because. I don't know what playlist this is. Oh my god. Sounds like something from California. I'm drawing another OCW. I selected lo-fi. Oh my god, I'm gonna get copyrighted. Here you go. I don't know what happened. I had regular schmegler just lo-fi. Just cause, you know, exactly. Lo-fi. Exactly. Please. Okay, it works. There we go. One more. I think it's one more. And it's gonna be like a tiny one. It has to be a tiny one. Because that's how you make the shoelaces. Like the little shoe bill, shoe tie, whatever you want to call it. Like happen. Okay. We're gonna go like over. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, that was a lot. Okay, guys. The hard part is finally over. I've noticed, you guys can actually hear my pen literally drawing, apparently. I didn't know until I literally was recording a video and I was like showing you guys how to literally cut your VTuber model. And I was like, oh, I didn't know. Like, I kind of have like a quote unquote ASMR pen. Maybe. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's not going up. Okay, there we go. Maybe we can have like one of those ASMR moments. Like later on. Like way later on, not now. Oh my gosh. Okay. We did this. Did that. I don't see anything pretty much wrong except for here. There we go. Okay. There we go. And we could just erase the sketch now. As in erasing it, hiding it. And then move this all the way up there where the other sketch is. And I guess we'll start. Actually, I remember I have to do the quotes. Do you guys see it? Lines. Okay, these are the fingers. I would need to go to the chest line or whatever it's called. Oh. We still need to add the one. I've noticed that I still need to add this. Let me get a little tinier to get like prestigious or whatever. I don't know if it should do it on its own layer. That's a good question. I think without it would be fine. But at the same time, it'd be pretty neat if it was on its own layer. I think I gotta remove the hair because I can't see it. Yeah, I can't see it. There we go. What inspired the name? Sorry, I did not see that. I pretty much was just randomly bored one day and I was like, "Hmm, should I do? What should I do?" And I basically was like, hey, I'm gonna do it like that. And that's pretty much it. Nothing really inspired it. It was just randomly thought in my mind one day. Like, well, it's something obviously to inspire it, but it was a lot more like, I was like, okay, what things do I like? And I literally just added it all together. Simple, simple. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go more in depth in my lore video and all that later on. When I get to that point. Or the about me or whatever you want to call it. I think this is fine. I just want it to be more, oh shoot. I just want it to be more, it feels more smooth when I use the full opacity. So guys, if you're ever doing any rendering or whatever, I mean line art specifically, full opacity is the way to go. Because it feels like when I sketch, it doesn't look great. It looks okay, but it's not perfect. But I want it to be like that. I don't know why it's sitting like that. Actually, I do know now. Because of this. Yeah, thank you. Okay, now we just gotta do the coat. The easy part, right? Yeah, hopefully. I feel like the necklace is way better than the previous one. Like, the previous one was like a little, like, I don't know what to call it, bow tie or whatever. I feel like said character wouldn't wear that often. And then these are the arms, right? Yeah, okay. That means I need to go above the arms and above the fingers. And name this coat. And we're gonna go all the way up to this part for the coat specifically. It's not working. I don't know why. I'm trying to scroll in. There we go. Do I have the stabilizer on? Yeah, I need to be a little closer for it. Thank you. Also, I hope whatever you do is fun or useful or whatever. Thanks for stopping by. welcome to the stream. I wanna like make it make sense in a way. A way the coat like be open in a way. But it doesn't look weird. I'm gonna move this point down. And it's not allowing me. Now it is. There we go. Hopefully you guys are doing well for the people who just joined in. It looks more blue because of the theme. Oh my god, there's gonna have to be a back version of this. Oh my lord. I need to zoom out. It's not working. Definitely a pin pressure feel. I did not expect it to be very pin pressure. Like, appeal, if that makes sense. Since it's just the regular schmegler. Oh my god, there we go. I have to stop it like here. And also the arm looks wonky. I need to fix that as soon as possible. The buddy's arms look like it's a lump. That looks so bad. That's arm 1 looks fine. Arm 2 looks wonky. The thumb looks funky. The more I look at this, the more I go, oh wow, that's not okay. This is the first part. It just stopped like here. And then oh my god, I gotta zoom in. But how are you? Hopefully your day or evening or whatever time it is going well for you. Do, do, do. Literally. Completely understood. Hopefully you're able to literally wind down and get some rest and literally relax. Because I know it's hard out there, literally. It's more like, how do I explain it? It's like a weight on your shoulder consistently, and there's nothing you can really do about it except for being like, I guess this is it. This is how it works. But, you know, that's why they have entertainment to literally just relax or whatever you enjoy. In my opinion. And it is stressful at times, so that's why I'm here to literally wind down, drawing, talking, literally about nothing. Okay. That looks wonky on the shoulders. It looks like bonk. I don't know why. I'm gonna cry so bad. Internally. Because we're not gonna do that. Not on stream. We're gonna make this happen. No matter how many freaking tries. I might play a game later. I don't know what game, but I do want to play a game. Adulting. Remember how to hydrate? Thank you, thank you. You too. Everybody should hydrate. How about this? Everybody take a hydrate break right now. Yeah. Drink your water. Drink your electrolytes. I feel like, I don't know, it's a little hard out there. Because I know some people from literally breathing. I just am a monster. No, bro. No matter what it is, drink it. Even if it's bleach, I'm joking. Oh my god, I think I can actually get in trouble for saying that. YouTube, don't kill me. Twitch. It's in-game. GTA. Yeah, because GTA 6 is coming out. Yeah, that's what it is. Well, jokes aside, I do hope everybody's doing well. Even if literally the air is not polluting right in your area. Because life be lifing, as people say, or whatever. Oh, actually, I have an idea. If you guys don't mind, maybe we could react to like some theories, like later on. So we can just be like, oh yeah, that happened, or oh that's crazy, I agree or disagree with the theory. Kind of do something like that. Take a break from me literally drawing, and you guys can take a break from just watching a content creator talk about nothing and actually talk about something interesting. My opinion. My opinion. I'm probably gonna do that after I get this part done. Because one, honestly, all week, for the past week, on and off stream, I've been pretty much drawing a lot. Consistently. And honestly, it feels like it's fun, but it's starting to feel like a chore, and I don't want it to feel like a chore. I want it to be like, oh, I want to draw, not I have to. But I guess that's also the thing with commissions. Like I feel like any person in this world honestly feels like they have to do some certain things. Like I don't know. Like for me personally, I didn't feel like streaming, but I feel like I had to because I honestly did not want to sink in the algorithm of literally nothingness. And plus, I have goals. And the same thing with my VTuber models. It's a lot, I'm telling you. But I feel like as an adult, the world just keeps going. And there's nothing we can do about it except for either keep up with the trends or keep up with everyone else or sink in the bottom. And being at that bottom really sucks. I don't know if anyone else feels like that, but not like just content creation wise, I mean like reality wise. You guys can disagree, honestly. If you guys think, oh, it's not about what you do, it's about how you do it, completely agree too. Like, I feel like as life goes on, it's all about how much money you chase, how much money you have. Even when you're like little, like you're probably taught at age, I don't know, let's, for example, I guess 7 or 8, because you're like, I don't know, near the end of elementary, you kind of know what money is. You don't know how to really spend it when you're like first taught it, but at the age of 8, you're like, oh yeah, I want to save up because I want to get this one toy because of this and the third at the age of 8 years old or whatever, right? It's just an example. And it's just a thought how life goes. Excuse me? Okay, cool. we got this part done. This is the hair. Obviously, the back of it is all the way down here. With the little lines and all that. That's a lot of freaking rendering and rigging. I'm gonna cry internally. Joking. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Just to help you guys out, let's watch something. Okay. One, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break so we can get started on watching something, and two, I could probably also vote for playing a game. And I personally don't feel like playing a game, so we're just gonna watch something. I'll be right back. Get whatever drink you have nearby, drink it, and or eat something. A snack also helps. Okay, and back. I got cereal and I got water. I don't know what we're going to watch, but let me get something out. It's gonna be on my account. Seriously, oh my god. 9 hours? 4 hours. $47? Oh my god, I'm not doing this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not doing all of that. I'm just looking for something simple, easy. Oh my god. Okay. I found something. I found something. Pause some music. Will it allow me to screen share? No. Okay. Go here. I guess I gotta change my title now. Oh my lord. Let me fix that before I literally switch everything. I'm gonna continue the music for you guys. While I literally change everything for you. Okay. Gonna edit stream. I look. Oh wait. No, wrong part of the stream, literally. No. No. How the freak you change it? Stream settings. Okay, there we go. Edit. Okay, that's fine. For YouTube, it's fine. For Twitch, what did I name it? I draw. No, we're gonna name it I draw and watch vids. There we go. And we're gonna put this under the chatting. Why it keeps it under the art? Because I'm literally just talking as well. Okay, I do not want soggy cereal, so we're gonna literally hurry this up. Okay, this is a theater mode. This is going to be turned off because I don't want the music playing while doing that. Unless you guys want it. I don't know. I'm definitely not going to. And then we're going to... This is difficult. I'm not a perfect streamer. Let's get that straight. I'm not a perfect streamer. And I don't know why it's not allowing me. I'm going to figure this out in like 2 seconds, hopefully. 1, 2. Literally. Okay, I think this is it. Chrome? No, I don't need 3 of them. I need 1. There we go. I don't want to accidentally like show how to. Okay, is this it? Crazy. Oh, okay, there we go. I don't know why it's not like that, but you guys see. Alright, we're gonna put it at the top, but we're just gonna move it. We're gonna fix the freaking video soon, but sub goal sound is up. We're gonna just move the followers, slides, and I think there was one under it. Yep, there you go. I know I made it a display. I don't know why, but it's only one window anyway, so you guys should be fine. Okay, I'm gonna full screen it, and hopefully it works. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna fix it, because that is completely low. You guys can barely see it. Good lord. Okay. Move that over just by a tad. It works! Now my reaction VTuber. Well, not VTuber, but freaking whatever. Okay. I'm pretty sure you guys never really seen my model, like, fully. Or halfly. I am in the freaking way. Good lord. Oh my god. Control Z. Have I done this before? No. As you guys can tell. I will be in this little corner. Is that good? Or am I like still in the freaking way? I mean, if I was watching and I seen a VTuber like all up in the freaking area, I'd tell her to move. As a person who literally sits there and watch content creators, I literally would be like, move. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. That's perfect. Because I'm here to watch the video and the content. There. Oh shoot, you guys can't hear it. I'm a terrible streamer. L. I'm gonna like ignore that I did the. No, we don't want Minecraft. We want freaking crazy conspiracy theories. Okay, I'm gonna play it.
Crazy conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. Project Hemisphere. If you're watching this video, you likely know what a wiretap is, right? Maybe you watched a movie about mafia bosses or drug lords and the police are trying to get information on them and they tap
Okay, you
their
guys
phone.
can hear
That's
it.
a real
Let's
thing,
go.
and in those situations, that's
I'm
useful
watching
tool.
it how
But
you
what
guys
if
are
I told
watching
you
it.
the American government
My
actually
character.
had a partnership
No way.
with the third largest cell provider in all of the United
I'm gonna
States
get you guys
to
some
track
subtitles.
all of their customers' data? Well, hopefully you'd believe me because it's true, and it's called Project Hemisphere. In 2007, the Office of National Drug Control Policy, the ONDCP, started a partnership with the cell phone provider AT&T, the third largest cell provider in the entire United States. And this partnership was for profit, meaning that the US government was not only gaining access to all of AT&T's data, which we'll get into exactly what that contains, but they are literally selling the information directly to the United States government. But this isn't just a high-level operation. Sheriff's offices and police departments across all of the United States each individually pay anywhere from $1 million per year plus to maintain access to all of AT&T's records. And they're paying this much because
imagine being able to
I got a
build an app with your
freaking
name
ad.
on it,
Oh my.
just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Welcome to Google Chrome,
a
everybody.
AI creation platform. Describe what you want.
You're gonna hate this so much.
obviously this information is valuable
Hey,
to
get your
the
buddy.
authorities. But there's a lot of questions.
Get your
How long
buddy.
has this been going on? What do they use this information for? What information do they get access to? And is this legal, and did anybody even agree to this? Let me answer all of those questions in that order. Project Hemisphere as a project dates back all the way back until 1987, with the US government using other methods to collect data based off of telephone
Now you guys can see.
likely partnering with other landline and communication companies
That's
of
all
the
you
time.
see,
And
girl.
while
I'm so
AT&T
sad.
only became part of Project Hemisphere during 2007 and was exposed in 2013, there is absolutely no information pointing towards AT&T ending or planning on ending this partnership anytime soon, if at all. After Project Hemisphere was widely exposed, there was a leaked document that showed exactly how sneaky AT&T was. And the contract between the government agency buying the data and AT&T
So what did that
goes
mean?
as follows. The government agency agrees not
Like,
to use the data
they're
as
just putting,
evidence
like,
in
lead
any
in there?
judicial or administrative proceedings unless there is no other available and admissible probative evidence. The government agency shall make every effort to ensure the information provided by the contractor is non-attributable to AT&T if the data is provided to a third party. That is a direct quote and also just a small snippet of part of the contract between these government agencies and AT&T. And what it basically says is, you didn't buy this from us and you don't even know where this came from. They essentially wanted to separate the AT&T brand as much as possible from the data that they were selling to the government. And while Project Hemisphere is still technically officially secret, all information used in court filings, case reports, and other documents involving Project Hemisphere are cited as information obtained from an AT&T subpoena, which on paper made it look like the government forced AT&T to give up the data on this one specific situation, but in reality, they were paying for it all along. And AT&T was more than willing to not only give access to their data, but to sell everybody's data to any government agency that was willing to pay. Now, what exactly did the government want to use this data for? In 2013, after Project Hemisphere was officially exposed, different law enforcement agencies made it seem like they were only using this to specifically find people that were involved in high-level drug-related
crazy, or
activities. But through some
what the
of the
heck is
available
Project
information
Hemisphere?
during the initial expose in 2013, it was proven that they were also looking into other non-drug-related crimes, such as bomb threats,
Oh.
impersonating military generals, organized
Wait.
crime, and other crimes of the sort.
Never
But they
mind.
were all crime-related. Now the question remains, what do they even have access to? What data is AT&T collecting, storing, and selling? And the simple answer is everything, always, and forever. The longer answer is AT&T specifically collects and stores metadata related to every single call that happens on any part of
So
their
that
infrastructure.
means-
And this metadata
Hold on,
includes
hold
the
on, let
phone
me
numbers
pause.
that called each other, who
How am I
these
gonna be
people are,
talking? I
the
can't
date
talk.
of these phone calls, the length of these phone calls, when these phone calls
I'm so
took
stupid.
place, where these
I could have done this the whole freaking time. Oh. I'm gonna, like, pretend. Let's just pretend that never happened. I literally have a whole nother monitor for a reason. I'm gonna try to, like, line it up perfectly. Oh, and it works. Oh my god, you guys are gonna crash out. So wait, this means the theory specifically, theorel theorel theor theoretically, or whatever, that AT&T is apparently just selling everybody's information and sending it to so quote unquote cartels or whatever allegedly. That's crazy. Meaning anybody that has it, well, you're screwed. You're probably in danger. You're like that one meme literally sitting down and like you're literally in danger.
people were when they took place of these phone calls, text messages, voicemails, and anything else that AT&T has access to, they are collecting, storing, and selling to the US government. And I guess the final question
That's crazy.
is this even legal? And that's where we are
Bro,
today. As I mentioned,
they're selling your browser history, by the way. That's crazy.
this project is still technically officially secret, although at this point it's not a secret at all. And with this information being known and well exposed and relatively well discussed, there is significant legal and privacy concerns surrounding this entire operation. But nothing is formally being done.
Lucky.
And I'm not a lawyer, so
Only
I don't know if
people
this
from the
legal.
US
So
is
even
getting
if it's not,
affected.
it's going to take a lot of force to make anything change. In November of 2023, U.S. Senator Ronald Lee Wyden addressed the U.S.
Who?
General Attorney Merrick Garland and called for the
Who?
release of additional information regarding Project Hemisphere. And in this letter from this U.S. Senator, he expressed his massive concern for the legality of this operation that was currently ongoing, and how they were able to conduct such extensive searches of domestic phone records without any need for a warrant. Which is true. Like I said, if you are using AT&T right now, any government agency that is currently paying for access to the database can access any anything you've ever done on the AT&T ecosystem. Calls, texts, voicemails, anything. And as of the legality, people are definitely curious and concerned, but nothing's being done as of yet. So this conspiracy is still ongoing and developing, so maybe in a future episode I'll follow up. I think in this day and age, it's pretty well assumed that the government has access to any piece of information they could possibly ever want or need. And even if they don't have direct access to it,
something
they
else.
can get it relatively
I forgot
quickly.
what it's
And
called, but I
Project
haven't
Hemisphere
used
is
it.
just proof of that. And for some people, this
Maybe
may not
something
seem
else.
shocking at all. Although in 2013, when this was first exposed, I'm sure this was a rather alarming revelation. And on top of that, to discover that this has been going
I
on
don't think any
since
of my family have.
1987 is definitely
Actually,
enough to make you raise
that's
an
crazy.
eyebrow. Of course, you could say, why worry if you have nothing to hide? But at the same token, there is definitely a violation of privacy happening here. Like, if the government subpoenaed AT&T about a specific court case that is actively ongoing, that's one thing, and that's a different conversation. But any government agency or police unit being able to pay to have access to essentially everybody's phone records is an entirely different situation. If nothing else, it's interesting to think about. Because if you are an American taxpayer and also a customer of AT&T, you are essentially paying for the people
Keyword
who are
American.
spying on you to spy on you by providing them your information that you pay for. It's kind of like hiring a private investigator being like, hey, I'm going to pay you to follow me around, and also here's
guys,
a tracking
actually
device
do
that
have
I'm
a
just gonna
crazy
put in my
story.
pocket. Use it.
Like, I remember when one of my friends and I were like hanging out, the freaking one of the sellers or whatever was like trying to get my friend's information to like sell them their stuff or whatever, their service. And we stood there for like an hour until the freaking store closed. It was terrible. And I was like, at this point, let's like not, because even though you're trying to get a new cellular device or whatever, there's no point. You already like alone are good enough, like with your so-called like quote unquote bad phone, when in reality it's not that bad. It's just like an okay phone. It's like regular schmegler, any other device. I don't know, in my opinion. And we literally stood there, and I was like, they're like, if they were like, we heard the name, like after my friend was like, oh yeah, it's this person, mind you, they're not from the States, usually, from their born or whatever. They don't know much about like devices and how bad it is, like certain cellular freaking, I don't know, but pretty much it's very like quote unquote bad in the area because they usually just uprank, allegedly uprank your freaking prices over time and all of that. And I'm like, wow, I mean, this is like the icing like on top.
Track me at any time, and I'm going to pay for all of this. But with that being said, this is only the first entry on this list. So let's keep going. Operation Snow White. The Church of Scientology is likely the most famous cult in all of human history. They've got a massive headquarters in Los Angeles, not to mention their alleged 11,000 locations worldwide, a very wealthy, powerful, and influential member base, and likely one of the most controversial rises and existences in modern day religion. In modern times, the Church of Scientology is known for being that place that Tom Cruise goes to and for helping skateboard YouTubers ruin their career. But did you also know that in the 1970s, the Church of Scientology carried out the largest infiltration of the US government in all of American history? Well, they did, and they did it successfully. But let me give a bit of background. The Church of Scientology was founded in 1952 by L. Ron Hubbard, a man who had just published a successful book and then lost the rights to it after a bankruptcy. Obviously, if you're an author who just had a wildly successful book and then somehow fumbled it all, of course you don't
I didn't even
write
notice
another
that.
book, you start
That's
a religion.
crazy.
And in 1957, Scientology was granted tax exemption by the IRS because the IRS had officially recognized Scientology as a church. But a decade later, in 1967, the IRS decided that that wasn't true anymore, and that the Church of Scientology wasn't actually a church. It was a lot of things, and primarily acted as a business, and for that reason, needed to pay taxes. And this made L. Ron very upset. Losing their tax-exempt status wasn't the only interaction that Scientology had with the government, but it was definitely the most alarming.
You're telling me Scientology avoided tax evasion and all of that for like a minute or so, and then just went like, oh yeah, I guess we're our business. That's crazy.
to L. Ron Hubbard.
Do that
Around this
nowadays?
time as well, the FBI
Yeah,
was also periodically checking in on Scientology just to see what they were up to. And in 1963, they were even raided by the Food and Drug Administration. Now,
That's
obviously, if
crazy.
the government is telling you that what you're doing is not what a church is supposed to be doing, and that you're being investigated and literally raided by multiple different government agencies, obviously, you're going to make the necessary changes to maintain your tax-exempt status and act more
Oh, they're
accordingly
scared of
to
that
how
for
a
him.
religious
They're so
nonprofit
scared
should
of it.
act, right? Well, of course not. And Scientology's rebuttal to the government making them pay tax.
You asked for more ways to create, so we made a major update. Sleep
More
thinking is
ads.
now live.
Taxes again was
Get your money.
Operation Snow White. In 1966, a year before Scientology officially lost their tax-exempt status, L. Ron Hubbard had officially organized the Guardian's Office, which was a subgroup within Scientology that was specifically meant to carry out Operation Snow White. Now, the natural next question
Right.
is, what is Operation Snow White?
I was just
Bluntly
about to ask
put,
that.
It was Scientology's effort to remove any negative documentation about Scientology within the U.S. government. Any document, any
Crazy.
file, any report, anything within the U.S. government that mentioned anything about Scientology that was even remotely negative, keep in mind, not even false, just remotely negative, was a target of Operation
Oh.
Snow White. And the goal was to have these files, documents, or reports stolen, destroyed, or at the very least, removed. And while this was happening officially in 1966, as early as 1960, L. Ron Hubbard was beginning to encourage members to take up jobs at the government, specifically as secretaries or bodyguards or janitors, any job that could get a member of Scientology within the United States government. Obviously, to exploit that power, but we'll get into that. Before Scientology was able to implant their own members into the United States government, they had to work with people that were already there. And that's where Michael Meisner and Gerald Wolfe come in. In 1973, both of these
Wait,
men
what was
worked
his face
for the
scratched out?
IRS as typists, and they specifically worked in the Department of
Typists?
Religious Tax Exemption, a perfect connection for Scientology. These men were infiltrated by Scientology and began making illegal copies to provide to Scientology to provide them with more information and context about how the system worked. But this quickly led to forgery and literal breaking and entering within the United States government offices.
Oh.
This relationship had been going on for years, and the
B&E.
infiltration of the United States government by the Church of Scientology was growing. And because of this, L. Ron Hubbard
Burgers.
and Scientology as a whole was getting concerned that their in at the government could potentially turn on them. And because of this, the Church of Scientology kidnapped Michael Meisner and kept him in captivity, where he was literally imprisoned by the Church of Scientology to ensure that he would not rat on the Church of Scientology and spill the beans about Operation Snow White. After 3
Yeah,
months
spill
of
the beans.
captivity, Meisner was able to escape the Church of Scientology, contact the FBI, turn himself in, and tell them everything. And this breakthrough was catastrophic for the Church of Scientology, as it led to the biggest FBI raid in all of United States history, with 156 FBI agents
Bro.
raiding the Los Angeles
probably got, like,
Scientology office.
a tunnel
and during this
under
raid,
their
they
thing.
found everything that they were looking for. Stolen documents, forged documents, fake passports, fake IDs, fake FBI IDs,
Oh
fake
my
security
lord.
badges, lock-picking tools, wiretaps, plans, internal documents, basically everything they needed to prove not only the existence, but the step-by-step plan and execution of Operation Snow White. One of the most
Wow.
insane findings about this entire raid was the fact that at its peak, Operation Snow White had likely up to 5,000 undercover agents infiltrating the United States government in one way, shape, or form. They were in
That's
or had access to at least
crazy.
136 organizations within the United States government, including the
Wow.
IRS, the DEA, the Coast Guard, and so on, and had installed wiretaps and stolen documents from essentially every person working within the United States government that had anything to do with Scientology or tax exemption. The sheer depth that Scientology was able to penetrate within the United States government is insane. And it wasn't just the United States government that they were able to penetrate.
Wow.
These 5,000 spies that they had were across the globe, working within the government agencies across the globe as well to maintain their tax-free status and, most importantly, their good name in numerous countries around the world. In 1979, when Operation Snow White was fully exposed and fully ended, L. Ron Hubbard's wife and 10 other Scientologists were sentenced to 5 years in prison, which to me seems light considering the complexity of the situation. but
I was
it's
about to
irrelevant.
say
And
that.
L.
5
Ron
years
Hubbard
is
himself
crazy.
was
Like, it's
actually
easy.
never formally
That's light work
charged
for
and
them.
spent the rest of his life after Operation Snow White in hiding. Operation
Okay.
Snow White is definitely
Well.
interesting, and I think the only operation I've touched on so far that involves a private organization conducting a covert operation on the government. But
Yeah, that's
the
what I'm
Church of
saying. Only
Scientology
5 years
really
for
didn't
doing
wanna
all
pay
of that.
taxes, and they didn't want to pay
That's
taxes
literally
so
how
much that they
long
were
a
willing to
person
essentially
probably
infiltrate
takes the
United
rest of
States
life for
government to
literally
ensure that
selling
that
bread
didn't
at a
happen.
grocery
And
store.
for a long time, they did so
Just to
successfully.
eat.
And as crazy as that is, we still have more to cover. The Zimmerman telegram. There's no doubt
Oh,
that in modern
telegram.
times, the United States and Mexican
Okay,
border
for people,
definitely
I
have
don't know.
some tension.
Oh. Okay, yeah, perfect thumbnail right there. I'm gonna pause at this time. Oh my god, the thumbnail, guys. Okay. Um, what was I gonna say? I can't even remember. Let me move the subtitles. I'm definitely gonna make it dismiss. I'm definitely gonna make that the thumbnail. Yeah. Boom. I can't. I can't like. How do I move the chat? I can't even move the chat because I'm laughing too hard. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm literally crying. It's hilarious. I don't know. I'm gonna keep the chat in there. It makes it more funnier. It makes it more funny. Okay, I can't. But what was I even gonna say? Okay, Telegram. Yeah. Guys, I don't know if you guys are like from the like states or whatever, but Telegram, oh, it had some it had some like yeah. The UK, yeah, most of you guys are like out of the states. Lucky. I've actually planned to get out of the states soon. I don't like it. But long story short, um basically the thing is Telegram not so good. Telegram already has like this like deal with like a lot of people just don't move to the UK. Oh my god. You can't go anywhere nowadays. You know what? I'm gonna go to Mars. I'm gonna go to Mars. But basically Telegram had a lot of people who were said underage on there and a lot of overaged people on there and they did like weird things. Not speaking from experience or anything, because obviously kids are not supposed to be on there, especially if they're unsupervised. Yeah. Um, basically, I realized that was a bad app as when I was younger, and I basically deleted. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna find friends, and yeah, no, not good. I hear about that. Yeah, very, very like people who are like well aged. I would say like very old. And nothing's wrong with being old, but come on, sir, you know better.
And the history of this tension goes back
Okay,
all
let me
the way
put
to
the
the
subtitles back
1800s, when
already.
Mexico lost a significant amount of land to the United States, specifically Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, which Mexico
Rest in
had lost
peace.
to the United States in the Mexican-American War from 1846 to 1848. Following that
Hold
war,
on.
Mexican and American tensions were understandably.
Now I'm mad. We did not learn that in school. I did not learn about no Mexican in the United States War. It just said, oh, a war happened between those two, but it wasn't like, oh, we took this. It was, it was like, oh yeah, we have this, I guess. It was just always here. Are we being lied to?
At an
I
all-time
hate
high,
here.
and these tensions from the mid-1800s bled into the early 1900s. And it was during
Oh,
the early 1900s when an opportunistic Germany had an idea. In 1917,
Parents, if your child plays Roblox,
oh my
listen up.
God.
You could qualify for up
Yeah,
to
free slap.
$300,000.
Arthur Zimmermann, the German foreign minister, sent a secret
When I said, oh my God, I
diplomatic
was talking about
message
the ads,
directly to
please.
the
I don't
German
mean it.
ambassador in Mexico and the Mexican
Gonna get
president.
clipped.
And this secret telegram was short, concise, and if left unfound, would have changed the course of history forever. And I'll explain what I mean
What,
by
they
if
have
left
Telegram?
unfound. But the telegram went as follows. We make Mexico a proposal of alliance on the following basis.
Oh, they
we
mean
make war
that.
together, we make peace together.
I
And
thought
the
he
telegram
meant.
included some more information, but this was the most significant sentence in the entire
So
telegram.
glad I don't have a
Previous to this
VTuber model
telegram being
because y'all
sent,
would be
German
laughing at my
officials had
face
been
right now.
spending time in Mexico, building a relationship and bonding with Mexico over their disdain and distrust for America. In Germany's eyes,
The
this gave
biggest
the two
site I
countries
ever made
not
in my
only something in
life.
common, but also a common enemy. And even if Mexico didn't really trust or like Germany, Germany at least knew that Mexico didn't trust or like the United States, and they could use that.
Right.
Hence this proposal. The proposal specifically wanted
I don't think
Mexico
anyone
to
likes the States.
invade
Even the
United
States don't like the
Obviously,
States.
Germany would be joining and supporting them in this invasion. And through this invasion, Germany promised Mexico that if they were successful, Germany would give Mexico all of their lost land back. Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico would all be Mexican land again if they were willing to help Germany invade United States soil.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
Germany didn't necessarily want to just take over the United States, but they did want to distract
I think
them,
everyone
because
hates the
World War
States.
I was brewing in Europe, and the last thing that
Like,
Germany
everybody
wanted
wants to
was
go to the
America getting
UK,
involved
but then
on European
they
soil.
realize
They
that
had
it's
enough
bad
to deal
there
with.
too,
So
and
they
it's like,
figured if Mexico could
come
distract
on now, where are
America,
you going?
Germany could focus on Europe. However, there's a reason why this never happened, and it's not because Mexico didn't want to. Truthfully, we don't know whether they wanted to
I
or
heard
not,
Canada's
because they never got
okay.
the opportunity to execute on this plan. This specific
I like it
telegram that was
cold.
sent from Germany to Mexico was intercepted by British intelligence.
You don't
as
hear
they had
much
been
about
monitoring
Canada,
all of
you just hear
Germany's
them chilling.
communications for
But they
this
kinda get,
specific
like-
reason. And at first, it was reported that the British government
Yeah.
didn't exactly know what to do about this information, because although
I'm
they wanted
sorry.
to inform the United
I'm
States
sorry that
about
it's
this
bad
plan
over
as
there,
soon as
guys.
possible, they also didn't
sorry
want
that
to
it's
give
bad
out too
everywhere.
early the fact that they were spying on the German communications.
Bro, we
because that
need
would
one,
obviously
like,
cut off their
ruler of
supply
the earth.
communication and lessen their
And then, like,
intelligence, which obviously
ruler
is not
of, like,
strategic. And after
Mars
only a
and
few
ruler
weeks
of
of planning
we
a
should have that,
methodical
like,
way
by
of releasing this information without giving up their secrets, the cat was out of the bag.
well,
And
things
in
can be
February
actually
of
fixed or something. I
1917,
don't
the
know.
United States public was made aware of
That
the
would make it
Zimmermann
worse, I
telegram.
think.
This
A
information
world,
changed the
like,
course of
War
history,
of
because during
III
this
just
time,
because
the
of that.
American people had
You know what, let me
largely
not say
supported
that.
neutrality within this war. But once it was abundantly
'Cause-
clear that America was a direct
Yeah,
target of
that might
Germany,
actually
American
happen
people definitely saw the
because of
situation
me.
over in Europe
They're gonna
much
cut
different.
this clip
And
and
with
be like,
growing
yeah.
public pressure from the telegram being leaked and Germany continuing to use unrestricted submarine warfare, the president at the time, Woodrow
Oh, I
Wilson,
seen that
decided to
before
declare
on my
war
own
on
time.
Germany
That
in
time in
April
school.
of 1917, officially getting the United States involved in World War I. So yeah, the Zimmermann telegram is a crazy
Yeah.
story for multiple reasons. Firstly, because Germany just had such a devious plan to attack and distract the United States using Mexico as a proxy, and also the fact that one telegram being intercepted by British intelligence literally changed the course of history by preventing this attack and also getting the United States involved in World War I. And it's also a bit ironic too, because the entire reason for the Zimmermann telegram was to keep the United States out of World War I happening over in Europe. And because of this interception and this proposed attack directly on the United States, it backfired on Germany completely and got the United States directly involved in the war. To me, this is such an interesting piece of history, and it was something I knew nothing about in regards to World War I. And for that reason, I knew I had to add it to this list. But if you can believe it, we've still got more ground to cover. So let's keep moving. The US government helping Saddam Hussein. When you hear the name Saddam Hussein, the first thing you probably think is public enemy of the United States, not necessarily
what?
ally of the United States. However, both of those statements
Do I have
are
TikTok?
technically
Yeah.
true, depending on the time frame. During the
I have a
1990s and
TikTok.
2000s, there is no doubt that Saddam Hussein was
It's
an enemy and a
on-
target of the United States government. And there's a lot of
Wait. Am I allowed to have the slideshow show up for you guys? No, that's just starting soon. My old screen, I don't know why. I'm gonna cry. Ah, Does it say my TikTok? Oh my god, I need to add that on there. I'm gonna cry. Okay, but my TikTok is. Let me go on the app. I'm like on my currently. I think I'm on my personal account. Why do I watch so many like stories on freaking TikTok? Why are people looking at me on TikTok? Let me stop anyway. I need a VTuber model. My face right now is crying. Okay, yeah, it's just my actual, it's like my Twitch name, actually. I don't even have clips on there. It's just like, well, I have one clip, but the rest is just freaking edits of my drawing. I should just be a reaction channel and draw it like here and there. Maybe. But it's the same as my Twitch account and YouTube account. Raising an eyebrow because I don't know if it is the same as my YouTube, but I'm positive it's the same as my Twitch. Yeah, it's the same as my YouTube and Twitch. Cool.
Reasons for that. But did you know that before he became such this large public enemy, the US government was actually directly supporting Saddam Hussein during the Iran-Iraq war from 1980 to 1988? To be very clear, they weren't necessarily on good terms, but it was definitely a situation of an enemy of my enemy is my friend. During the late 70s and early 80s, the US government viewed Saddam's regime as beneficial pushback to Iran's
oh my god, it's in my eye. It's too bright.
1979 Iranian Revolution, which literally overthrew the US-backed Shah and
I don't mean to judge, and I'm not a person that judge, but that hairstyle, where does the hair start? Like the hair and the beard. I'm just curious. Like, I'm not trying to be like rude or anything. I'm just curious. Does he have like a little rat tail going on there too, bro? I'm confused. He's like, yeah.
through the US-backed Shah and replaced him with an anti-American Islamic government. Once again, we're talking about
the same hairstyle right now. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Taking advantage of another country's political unease. Iran and Iraq were at war, and the US was
so sorry.
not
Please,
happy with Iran because they had literally just had their US-backed
Unsubscribed.
government overthrown by an anti-American government, and for that reason, US was rather
oh my
keen
god.
to help Iraq defeat Iran, even if they weren't necessarily friends. One of the biggest aids provided to Iraq by the United States government was satellite imagery. The United States had satellite imagery of Iran's military building up specific military bases that were near and likely to invade vulnerable or unprotected parts of Iraq.
No. Oh my.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Is it freaking working? Where's my mouse? I'm gonna cry.
Are you having trouble?
I can't find my mouse. Guys, everybody like, comment, subscribe, follow, because I need premium. I need YouTube premium. And it's honestly making me upset. I'm sorry, like, support this creator. Like, I'm being so for real. Support this creator.
Here's how it works.
Support him.
Let's say I'm in class. I just hit
No, Becky. No. But look, trust me, bro. Crazy conspiracy theories. Turns out to be true. Too many freaking ads. Let me make sure I'm still streaming. Because I accidentally clicked something. Okay, it seems like I'm still streaming. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Only just provide Iraq with military intelligence and satellite images. They also provided weapons and materials that were used to develop chemical weapons. Chemical weapons that Saddam used against Iranian troops and even civilians. Now, a different conspiracy within this conspiracy was whether or not the American government knew that Iraq was using the materials provided by the United States government to create chemical weapons. That was until declassified documents revealed that the US government were well aware that Iraq was committing war crimes via the materials they were providing them, but decided that they were just going to ignore the war crimes because Saddam at this point was being a useful ally by attacking and fighting Iran. But everything began to change in 1990 after the Iran-Iraq war. Because in 1990,
sorry guys, I had to make sure. That's why I was quiet.
Kuwait, which directly threatened the US specifically through their oil interests that they had in the Persian Gulf at the time. This attack almost instantly made the US government shift its stance on Iraq and Saddam Hussein, and they began to label him a dictator who needed to be removed. And a year later, in 1991, Gulf War began. And in 2003, after a decade of sanctions, the US invaded Iraq and executed Saddam Hussein. And just goes to show that just because you and someone else have a common enemy doesn't necessarily mean that you guys are on the same page. And the same weapons that the US government provided to Iraq to fight Iran were also used to fight Kuwait, which directly negatively impacted the US government. And obviously, in this situation, the US was fine with war crimes as long as you're on their side. But if you're gonna mess up their oil connections, you're gonna have a serious problem. For some of my older viewers, this may or may not be news to you. However, for a majority of my younger following, or for people who didn't have the full story about this entire conflict, I thought that this tidbit about America helping Saddam Hussein was definitely an interesting piece of American history. And yet, we're still not done yet. Before we get to the last entry on this list, I just need to say, if you guys are enjoying the series about crazy conspiracy theories that turned out to be true, please leave a like or leave a comment letting me know that you want me to continue the series.
Do you guys want this
Ironically,
series?
some of your guys'
Like me
favorite
reacting
videos
to
are
this?
some of YouTube's least favorites, specifically the conspiracy and drug series. However, I will continue to make them as long as you guys continue to
guys, go
support
support
and want them. My ultimate goal is to give you guys exactly what you want. And as long as I know that you guys want this content, I'll continue to make it for you.
Yeah, I
Your
want
guys'
this
support
content.
really means a lot, and I take your feedback seriously. But with that being said, let's get to the final entry on this list.
You're pretty
Walt
cool,
Disney
dude.
working for the FBI. Walt Disney is one of the most famous people of all time.
Oh
And
my
there
god, I
is a
heard about
ton of
this.
conspiracies surrounding Walt Disney. And I think we've even discussed the whole him freezing his body thing in a different
For
video.
somebody would.
But this true conspiracy actually has nothing to do with that.
Would y'all
It has
do that to
everything do
Grandpa?
with his involvement with
Grandpa
the
won't
FBI,
like us.
which to this day still is one of the more secret and ominous things about his personal life. When discussing the thoughts, opinions, or beliefs of Walt Disney, there's a lot to bring up, and a lot of assumption
Grandpa
and
could get it.
skepticism. But one thing that was absolutely confirmed was Walt Disney's absolute disdain for communism and anything that was anti-capitalist. Coincidentally,
I don't
during
even
this time,
look.
the US
I'm not a
government
big
had
Disney
the
fan, by the
exact
way, guys.
same thought. And this was prompted
I just know
by
it
the
exists
Red Scare,
in-
which was
yeah,
essentially the
it
government's
happens, I
fear
guess.
of communist ideals or beliefs or influence gaining popularity or taking place on American soil. And because Walt Disney and the United States government were both on the same page and both extremely powerful, in the 1950s, they decided to form a partnership. Walt Disney specifically acted
can't
as
have
a
a VTuber
confidential
model.
informant
My
for the
face is
FBI,
not
and his
meant
role
for
was
this.
interesting to say the least. Now,
It's
I have
the
to make a
eyes, guys.
distinction here
I'm
because
telling
this
you.
video is
Like,
conspiracy
hear me
theories
out.
that turned out to be true. So I
Definitely
kind of
gonna
have to
hear me
separate
out, Kate.
fact versus, well, still conspiracy based off of information that are not yet proven yet. So let me quickly give you everything that is certifiably true right now. There is a declassified FBI document known simply as Walt Disney's name, Walter Elias Disney. And this document contains over 570 pages of information, including Walt Disney's
What's his wife
connection
name?
to the FBI. However, most of this information
I
is
think
either
he had a
redacted
wife.
or still classified. What wasn't redacted and is currently confirmed is the following. Walt Disney granted the FBI to use the Walt Disney parks however they pleased for whatever reason they may want. And in the same agreement, the FBI offered Walt Disney
Thank
to
you,
use
thank
FBI
you.
offices
Welcome to the
for
stream,
whatever
and
he
I
may
hope
need.
you're having
Not
a
with the
good
same
day.
unrestricted access, but there was access involved. One of the proposed uses was allowing Walt Disney to film the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse within the FBI offices, which to me seems strange because if you have Disneyland, you likely have the capability to film some sort of soundstage or film studio. But regardless, if you wanted to film within FBI offices, I suppose that's your right. In October of 1947, Walt Disney did testify in front of
I
the
have a
House
theory.
Un-American Activity Committee.
I have a theory. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is just FBI. It's just like the FBI thing. If I hear this, so that means like he's just like freaking the FBI person or whatever. Yeah. I think you understand what I'm saying. I don't think you guys understand, but I'm pretty sure you guys understand. I'm so sorry.
A committee that specifically investigated communist happenings on American soil at the time. Obviously, about communistic concerns he had observed. I mention this because this is a documented fact and also gives more
Yeah,
weight
you
to
understand.
what I'm about to
See?
discuss.
Somebody
which
gets
leads
it.
into the realm of uncertainty and possible conspiracy. So, stepping out of the facts, it is claimed that
Bro,
from
my whole
1940
childhood
all
is
the way
just
up until
straight
1966, at the year of his death, Walt
everything
Disney was directly involved
about
with
the
the FBI,
government.
which was confirmed that he was at least
Nothing
somewhat
fun
involved
at
as an
all.
informant. But it is also believed that Walt Disney was specifically using his connection and authority within Hollywood to essentially report on individuals in Hollywood who were suspected of having either communist ties, beliefs, or had ideals
everything
that they
has
were
to be
looking
so polished
influence
or
or share with others, typically through media.
Polished.
In our last video too,
Poli-
we talked about how at this
You
same
know what I
time,
mean.
during the second Red Scare, the U.S. government was also publicly
she's
discrediting
pretty.
people that were outspoken about their communistic views, with the
I want
government
her.
aiming to discredit
She's
these people so
pretty.
people wouldn't believe them and start to also agree with communism. That operation was known as COINTELPRO, and I actually talked about it in my last video. So this one is kind
Forget
of debatable because
political
I'm talking
views.
about a lot of things that
Give me
actually aren't
her.
proven true, but I think the story is worth mentioning, and there is
She's
obviously
definitely going on to
truth
hear
that
me
is
out,
currently
Kate.
publicly available, and I think it sparks an interesting conversation. At the very least, provably, Walt Disney was involved with the FBI.
Funny enough, I
Depending
don't
on who
really
you
have
talk to, there's a
political
whole
views.
slew
I
of
just
other
want-
thoughts of what else
I want
was going on
freedom
there. But I
and
think
free
the story
food.
definitely holds a bit of
If
weight
I don't get free
considering
food,
the time where this
then I
took
hate
place
everything.
and what the government was actively doing at this time with COINTELPRO. So, like I said, because
That's
this is a
all I
video about
want.
true conspiracies,
Free
let's just say that
assassin,
these
like
conspiracy was that Walt Disney
necessities.
let the FBI
Rather than
use
that,
the
I hate
park. And in
everything.
that case, that's a completely true conspiracy. And Walt Disney did give the FBI access to use the park however they saw fit, if they absolutely needed to.
Bro,
But
those
everything
roller
else I did
coasters
mention,
scary.
as I'm clearly outlining once again, is
Don't
still
go home one,
kind of up in
guys.
the air. But I thought it was worth
Makes you
mentioning
wanna
because
cry,
it added a lot
even
of
if you have
interesting detail
strength.
to the situation. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And with that, if you guys enjoyed this video, check out the last video I made about the craziest conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. It's on
Heck
screen right now.
yeah.
And if you watch that video and want even more, then check out the 2 others. There's actually a whole playlist I've made about conspiracy theories, and I'll put a link to that playlist in the description.
That's a
Thank
cool
you guys
guy.
so much for watching this video. And as always,
I like the little
trust the girl.
animation. I trust you.
Picked a great name,
I wanna
but your voice doesn't quite match it.
We have a fix.
in game.
This mod gives you overall.
Crazy conspiracy theories that turned out to be
Endgame.
true. Operation Acoustic Kitty. During the Cold War as a whole, and specifically during the spy craze, the US
can't hear it
government
that well.
invested a lot of money into unique intelligence collection methods. One of the more interesting examples is Operation Acoustic Kitty. This operation had a simple premise and
What?
hilariously failed almost instantly. And it's for that reason
It's a
that I
kitty
wanted
cat.
to discuss it first. Essentially, the plan behind this operation was that the US
Let
government
me
was
get
going to gather
let me know if you
cats,
guys can hear it.
train them, and then implant recording devices within these cats so that they could passively record any intelligence. And these cats would be
They're
trained to specifically hang
stupid.
out around sensitive areas. For example, outside government buildings, windowsills of important offices, social places that important people may hang out, and stuff along those
Oh.
lines. The theory was that if these cats were simply present in places where secret
Oh,
conversations
guys,
were taking
should we look
place,
at the
nobody
SP
would
files?
question a cat
I don't know if
being
that's
around, and nobody would have
interesting
their
to you
guard up
guys.
against that. Little did they know, the cat would secretly be recording their information, feeding intelligence directly to the CIA. On paper, it kind of almost makes sense because, I mean, think about it. Everybody, when they see a cat in public, talks to it. And who knows? Some people, when they're down on their luck, they talk to their pets, they describe their life to their pets. So potentially, if there was a Russian spy
Calling
hanging
me
here
out?
in Washington, D.C., and he was just having a bad day, maybe he would have saw
Bro.
a stray cat and, you know, told it exactly what it was.
If it worked, I'd fall for it. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, like, if this worked in real life and if they found a way, I'd fall for it. I'll fall for it. You guys would be like, oh yeah, she's working on this and she's working on that. And then you'd be like, you get all the freaking goods early. Or you could steal my ideas. I'd be like, who took my idea? And then I realized.
Planning to do. Definitely seems a bit far-fetched, but compared to some of the stuff that the U.S. government did during this time, it almost
Like the
seems
monster
extremely
shoes that I have?
Now,
Yeah,
this is
somebody
where things
definitely
get
took that
kind of
idea and gave it an
hilarious,
iron
because
mouse.
although the plan was
joking.
strange but potentially
My dog just
logical,
sleeps a
the
lot,
entire
real.
operation almost instantly fell
Your
apart
dog
when
is
it
like
came to
me,
development. For
but just
starters,
sleep.
This entire operation cost over $10 million, which
That's what you guys
adjusted
don't
for
know about. I
inflation
just
in today's
sleep and just
currency,
talk
is
to
over $80 million. And that's just to train a single cat. Just one cat, mind you. The majority of this budget went towards developing the
the
specific
cat.
recording device that could be implanted within the cat, as well as developing the proper surgical techniques to perform
So
the
cute.
implant of this recording device into the cat. And then finally, the rest of the budget went into
I'm telling
directly
you, all girls
training
love
this
cats.
cat. Now, on a serious note though, I can only imagine how many cats died during the research and development of this entire ordeal. So, moment of silence for those cats.
Kitties.
But back to the implantation. The government
See, this
didn't
is
just
why
implant
they're
a recording
vicious.
device into these cats. They also tried to make a half cat, half cyborg machine because the
What?
CIA realized that these were just cats with microphones in them, and they needed more assistants to be better equipped spies. So not only did they implant recording devices into these cats, but they
Okay,
also
I
implanted
have
the
a
equivalent
solution. You know those robotic like cats or dogs? You know the little what are they called? Little lives pets or whatever? Why don't they just make one of those? Make it like super realistic. Don't take my idea though. Can I get credit? Can I get paid for this idea? Can I like if somebody actually takes this idea, can I get paid? Like at least 10 billion, trillion, quadrillions of dollars. See? See? It works. Like, I'm telling you, all you need to do is make a little live pet. If you guys remember those from the early 2000s, as you can tell by my age, me saying that. Yeah, Gen Z. I hate society. But, pretty much. Why don't we just make one of those? Make it really realistic. Put it off to the world and, like, make it eat or whatever, but not, like, really eat. It just, like, comes out as, like, you know, like the Baby Alives, if you guys remember. it just comes out like mushed up or whatever, and then make it AI or something. I don't know. You have AI, and then go around and go to the government, and then it spies, and then you know. As much as I say this stuff, the more I think maybe I'm subconsciously like going to cause world war without realizing. I think I'm just gonna accidentally cause it because of that. I keep mentioning certain things and I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely gonna end up on a spy. They're gonna be like, you caused it. I'm like, I didn't know anything. I'm just at home drawing and doing reacting videos. Anyways,
of wires and batteries within these cats to help make them more attentive. And the reason why they actually did this was because during testing and training, initially, they realized that these cats were not going to be helpful spies. And quite often, during long days of training, the cats would simply get
like a duplicate of somebody's cat,
or go and eat mid-testing.
put it in there, take the real cat, feed it, take care of it, and then make the AI
would become unfocused and do something that a normal cat would do.
Don't do this, guys.
Implant another wire
just
to hopefully reprogram the cat's brain to make it a better spy. But even with all of these hiccups, the CIA decided to do some real-life field testing with their new cat spy, as they figured if they invested this much, they might as well at least try it. And it was at that point after the CIA spent nearly $10 million on a single cat,
subtitles.
They took this cat to a park, where they released into a park with the intention of having the cat overhear a conversation between two men that they planted on a park bench. The CIA had a surveillance van beside the park where it was monitoring the entire situation, and upon this first test, the cat did not walk up to the park bench or hang out around any people at all. The cat essentially was dropped into the park, walked forward, and then walked directly into oncoming traffic and died. And with the untimely and tragic death of this cat, Project Acoustic Kitty died as well. And this project is kind of funny, but at the same time upsetting, because at least one cat died.
Oh, I was about to say. I paused it the wrong time. That's not funny. That's sad. Depressing.
And I can only imagine how many cats they tested their implants and experimental surgeries on. So, and did I mention that this video gets darker as the list goes on? Yeah, this is the most tame entry on this list. Let's keep going. The BCCI scandal. The BCCI, or Bank of Credit and Commerce International, was a global bank that was founded in 1972 by a Pakistani financier. This bank claims to offer an anti-colonial alternative to Western banks. Its ultimate mission was to break financial barriers for third world countries. But in reality, this bank used fluffy buzzwords to cover up billions of dollars worth of bank fraud. Let me explain. In its first 10 years of business, the BCCI was growing rapidly, and it had over 4,000 branches in 78 countries and had assets valued at over $20 billion USD. And at this time, it was the 7th largest private bank in the world. Pretty impressive, and once again, noble, because they're just here to help out the little guys, right? Well, unfortunately, their image didn't last long, because large banks, specifically Western banks and other financial institutions, became very suspect of the success of BCCI. And during the 1980s, financial regulators and intelligence agencies began to express their concerns that BCCI may be poorly regulated, to put it kindly. And not too long after these concerns began bubbling, investigations began and revealed the true purpose of BCCI. And the fact that this bank was involved in a massive money laundering scheme, as well as multiple other financial crimes. And not only that, but was also intentionally and successfully illegally gaining a controlling interest in a major American bank, something it was not allowed to do. In 1991, almost 20 years after BCCI was founded, it became the focal point of a massive regulatory battle. And on July 5th of that year, bank regulators in 7 different countries raided and locked down branch offices during an operation that was known as Operation Sea Chase. And during the investigations that followed this operations, investigators from the US and the UK determined that the BCCI wasn't set up to help the little guy, but it was set up deliberately to avoid centralized regulatory review and operated strategically in bank secrecy jurisdictions, where they do not need to disclose the same amount of information that Western banks may need to.
I wouldn't say this is worse than the cat one.
This bank had become the global hub for money laundering, which directly benefited and supported terrorists and massive drug lords globally.
That's Smile.
The BCCI was literally a Ponzi scheme that was run by its executives. And in 1991, when the bank was officially defunct, over $10 million were stolen directly from customers of this bank and simply never accounted for. The bank that simply wanted to get away from Western banks and help the little guy and break financial barriers for third world countries actually just ran a massive Ponzi scheme that not only subsidized terrorism, dictatorship, and drug trade, but also literally stole billions of dollars from their customer base as well too. The tactics used by BCCI are still used today in more recent massive Ponzi schemes, like for example, FTX, both of which were giant Ponzi schemes that acted outside of the US government's jurisdiction. And I'm not saying that the US government should control all financial activity, but shady players definitely love to avoid US regulation.
I don't know about
And while
that
being
one.
defrauded out of billions by your bank
It
sounds
shouldn't.
awful, it's still not nearly as bad as some of the entries on this list. Okay, this might be off topic, but what
Yeah,
do you
this-
use to listen to music? Chances are they're not as good as today's
Oh
video
my
sponsor,
God.
Raycon earbuds.
Oh
Raycon
my
earbuds offer a premium
God.
quality listening experience without the premium price tag.
No hate. No hate. No hate. I'm gonna do my advertisement. Click the link below. For me, if you guys want commissions from me, my art specifically, or whatever. Yeah, that's my advertisement. Okay, for his go check the link.
So there's really no risk to give them a try.
Yeah, check
out
his
my
link.
link in the description to get your
Yeah.
pair today. And thank you, Raycon, for
See?
sponsoring this video. The FBI
30%
spying
off.
on John Lennon.
Yeah.
We're already back to the Cold War. During this time, a lot of stuff
No
went
hate.
down. So
Get your
expect
money.
to hear about it a lot in my conspiracy series. Regardless, during this time, there was a battle of ideologies taking place. Capitalism versus communism. And during this time, in the 1960s and 1970s, communism was growing in popularity domestically within the US. And this fear sparked the US government to start a program known as COINTELPRO. And while I could make an entirely separate video only describing the happenings of COINTELPRO, I thought I would give a brief description and focus on one of the unique
The heck
happenings.
is that though?
Specifically, the reason why they spied on John Lennon and other celebrities at the time. The US government saw the
What?
growing popularity of communism as a domestic threat that was set on destroying the country from within. And because of this, they thought the best course of action was to spread negative propaganda against those sharing communist
We love
ideologies.
hippies.
One of the more
Well, at
famous
least I do.
examples
I don't know
of
about
this was
y'all.
John Lennon,
Oh.
specifically when he moved
What?
to the US in the 1970s. He was one of the most famous people in the world at the time, and he was very
What?
outspoken politically, which made him a target.
Oh
for
yeah,
the
definitely
FBI
with the Harry
surveillance,
Potter glasses.
Specifically because they feared his influence on young voters. Ordered by J. Edgar Hoover, Lennon was closely monitored by the FBI and was even threatened with deportation over his political views. Now, obviously, COINTELPRO did
What
a
was
lot
the
more than
political
just
views?
spy on John Lennon, but I thought it was an interesting point to focus on for this
Oh
short
my God,
segment.
why
But
should it be
beyond
like
the
so
debatable
bad?
motivations of
Gonna have to put him on the Hear
COINTELPRO,
Me Out.
It was unsurprisingly operating illegally. Primarily
You're like, all of
undermining
these
the
people are
First
dead,
Amendment
but
rights
hear
of
me
civilians.
out.
There was
That's the
actually
whole
a
point.
leaked COINTELPRO memo that proposed a plan to
That'd be
expose the
hilarious.
secret pregnancy of famous actress
You, like,
Jean
hear me.
Seberg because she was
Definitely
a
on the Hear
financial
Me Out.
supporter of the Black
She's so
Panther
big.
Party, a party that was pushing Marxist-Leninist ideals. And the reason why the FBI wanted to expose this pregnancy was because it could possibly cause her embarrassment or tarnish her image with the general public. Now, keep in mind, at
Right,
the time, it wasn't fully
right.
confirmed or even known that the government was literally spying on and actively
Miracle.
discrediting those with communist views. But some people had a suspicion. And although in 1972 Richard Nixon won the election, the entire operation of COINTELPRO was exposed. And these expositions led
Oh.
to a congressional investigation into exactly what the FBI was doing with COINTELPRO. And this investigation fortunately exposed exactly what the FBI was doing and led to massive reforms within the intelligence community, primarily by reducing the FBI's power as a whole. And it was with that congressional hearing that the COINTELPRO program was ended, although it did still operate from 1956 all the way up until 1971. So yeah,
Right.
COINTELPRO operated for almost 20 years uninterrupted. Specifically,
Dang.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this
Guys,
is what I
please don't
want.
get mad.
With Wix, you can't.
And no, I'm
I
not
have
using an
influenced
ad
people
blocker,
who shared
obviously.
communistic views.
I'm
And
not
while
going to.
One notable example is the fact that they spied on John Lennon and tried to have him deported, and maybe did other
Yeah,
things.
definitely
This
give me to
entire
like a
operation
what is
actively
it?
spied and
What I
discredited
need?
hundreds of people, and then some.
10
The
million
CIA
to subs.
trafficking cocaine. This story's wild
What?
and takes a few turns, so buckle up. Our story begins in Panama, a relatively small
Oh my
country, but
God.
a country that is extremely vital to the
I love
U.S.
Panama.
military and global economy, specifically because of its canal,
Pretty.
the Panama
Yeah.
Canal. Throughout
It's
the
pretty
20th
over there.
century, America actually ran the Panama Canal directly, with military bases spread across the entire canal. And this was strategic for the US government because during this time, once again in the Cold War, the USA was specifically concerned with Russia trying to get a bit friendly with South America. And because of that, the Panama Canal was a good checkpoint to make sure that everything was going to America's liking. And because of how strategic
America.
the Panama Canal was to America, America and Panama had a very good relationship. Now this is where things get interesting, because at the time, the head of military intelligence in Panama was Manuel Noriega, someone who was previously trained by the FBI in general technical skills and leadership skills, something that America did for a lot of South American leaders to gain favor, essentially thinking that if they could train South American countries how to have strong leaders, they would be more faithful to America, the country that taught them how to have stronger leadership. And Panama was no different. But like I said, this is where things get sticky, because Noriega was an asset to the American government because he was actively controlling the Panama Canal through his position as the military intelligence leader. But he was also playing both sides of the field, because not only was he acting essentially as a spy for the US government, but he was also acting in his own self-interest as a drug smuggler, specifically by providing protection to drug shipments going from South America to North America, and globally. Now this is a conundrum, similar to the Iran-Contra affair, which I discussed in the last conspiracy theory video. But in regards to this situation, the government is actively having an ally who is helping them, but is also actively protecting drug smugglers from his own country and other South American countries, and essentially letting them traffic their drugs onto American soil. The question is, did America know, and how much did they know? And while we can't know for sure, it's heavily assumed that the government knew exactly what was going on, and not only allowed it, but also protected it. I feel like there's no way the US government wasn't aware of this, because in 1972, the US government actually planned on potentially assassinating Noriega because of the smuggling that was going on. But they didn't, because they deemed he was too much of an asset. It makes you wonder, because why would they consider assassinating an asset if they weren't doing anything wrong? Unless, of course, they knew they were doing something wrong, which was later exposed. That was until 1989. As time went on, Noriega became less and less useful to the US government as the Cold War came to a close and the war on drugs began to grow. And Noriega was becoming
confusing.
less of an asset and more of a liability and a
I
target.
get it, but
And
it's
because of
like
this,
scary.
In 1989, the US government liberated Panama to relieve it of its dictator, Manuel Noriega. This is ironic because this is the exact same person that the US government was subsidizing, essentially. And not only that, this liberation was ordered by the president at the time, George H.W. Bush, who was also previously the head of the CIA,
in the files.
agency that literally had Noriega on salary. Anyways, Noriega was eventually caught after a pretty bloody battle that happened in Panama, and the rest is history. The U.S. government allowed the drug-dealing dictator to have full control of Panama because he was helpful in providing intelligence to the U.S. government. But once the U.S. government didn't require this intelligence anymore, and this military dictator got a bit too much power, the U.S. government decided that it was the perfect time to liberate Panama once it was convenient for them. Makes you wonder. And somehow, we still have more to discuss. The false positives scandal. This case is truly disturbing and actually doesn't involve the U.S. government. It's not a mystery or a conspiracy that some South American countries
I was about to say it's all it is just
dangerous
America.
groups typically associated with drugs, gaining power and influence, typically via violence. Naturally, the government wants no opposition of power. And besides this, they definitely don't want people terrorizing their own citizens. And it's for that reason that the Venezuelan and Colombian governments began fighting against these groups. Specifically, in this example, the Colombian government was fighting guerrilla forces of the FARC and the ELN. Two of the primary groups fighting against the Colombian government.
They look like they're like 60.
1964. But this conspiracy actually has nothing to do with these insurgency groups and has everything to do with
they
the
look like
Colombian military.
kids.
While these internal conflicts were happening, some members of the Colombian
Some of them might
military
be like
decided
20.
that it would be a bright idea to, instead of finding and defeating their enemy, they could simply find and defeat vulnerable people and display their bodies and count those kills as success for their movement. If I'm being vague, let me make it extremely clear. Members of the military and even civilians would lure typically poor or mentally impaired civilians to remote parts of the country, offering them work, saying, hey, do you want to work here? There's a work opportunity. And instead of there being a work opportunity, the military would then kill these people and present their bodies to the authorities saying, hey, look at all these opposing forces that we killed. We're doing a really good job fighting the war on drugs, the war on terror. You should give me a promotion. You should give me other benefits. And this wasn't a one-off case. This was something that actively took place for many years. And in 2021, the jurisdiction of peace in Colombia reported the total number of victims to be over 6,400 people between 2002 and 2008. Just that 6-year span.
Wow.
They also believe that there was over 10,000 victims between the years of 2002 and 2010. But keep in mind, there was investigations into these practices going back as early as 1988. So the total confirmed number could be way
think about that. That's really recent.
Insane to think that these military members were not focused on fighting the enemy that they had.
Allegedly.
They would murder innocent civilians to inflate their success. For them to feel like they're doing a good job and hopefully get a few more bucks. Insane. Bear spreading HIV. If the name Bayer
What?
instantly doesn't ring a bell, then the name aspirin definitely should. And this is another conspiracy that actually has
No.
nothing to do with the American government or any
No.
government at all. But it's likely one of the most
I
horrific
don't
examples
believe
of
it. I don't
conspiracy
believe
that
it.
took place in the private sector. Bayer is a German
I don't believe it.
pharmaceutical giant, and like I mentioned, is most known for aspirin. However,
I don't believe
Bayer
it.
faced a massive scandal in the 1980s when one of its subsidiaries, Cutter Biology, was producing blood clotting products. Now, obviously, producing medicine
no.
and medical products is not a conspiracy or a crime. So, what did they do? Well, here's the deal. The blood clotting products that they were making to
Oh my
help
god, I'm getting
hemophiliacs
squeamish.
actually ended up infecting thousands of hemophiliacs
I'm getting
with HIV. This
very
happened because the blood clotting product that Cutter Biology was developing required blood from donors in order to be made. And
Heck
Cutter
no.
Biology was using blood
That's
from high-risk
disgusting.
donors in order to save money when producing this product. And surprise, surprise, some of this blood that they were selling at scale was contaminated with HIV. And because of this,
Oh my
many
God.
hemophiliacs who were taking Bayer's medication were unknowingly diagnosed with HIV. This by itself
This
is
is so
disturbing and
freaking
truly upsetting, but it
ridiculous.
doesn't quite end there. Because there was already so many questions, like why are they using high-risk blood in something that is literally going to be affecting somebody's blood? And how do they not consider this being an outcome if they knew that they were using high-risk blood? But once
like
this
so
product was
squeamish, guys.
exposed
I
for
don't know.
contaminating innocent people with HIV, the US government instantly demanded that Bayer stop selling its products within the US, which it did. Although at this point, thousands were already infected. And while Bayer did stop selling in the US, they didn't stop selling elsewhere. Bayer actually developed another product using safer blood, no risk blood, and they sold them in Western markets. Yet, at this time, when they had developed a safer version of this product and knew that their old product was still giving people HIV, they sold their updated product in Western markets, but they still continued to sell their old product in these South American and Asian countries where they knew they were actively infecting people with HIV. Bayer continuing to sell these products resulted in around 20,000 people being infected with HIV, and it's one of the most blatant examples of corporate corruption and misconduct. After infecting tens of thousands of people and killing hundreds and thousands of people through the infection that they gave people, obviously justice was served, right? No. Not one person at Bayer or Cutter Biological served any time in prison or was given any personal repercussions. Bayer as a corporation paid a $600 million settlement, which was brought by thousands of American hemophiliacs, although that only gives some money to some Americans that were affected. Although the number sounds big, it's truly a slap on the wrist for killing thousands of people and profiting on it too. Isn't that a happy note? I told you this video didn't have a happy ending. Oh yeah, and I forgot to emphasize this point. Bayer infected over 20,000 people, but these people didn't know that they were infected and went on to infect thousands of others, and then those people infected others, and especially in these underdeveloped countries where these drugs were being sold, testing was low, education was low, so they could have very well infected hundreds of thousands of people. Like I mentioned in the last video, there is so many more crazy conspiracies that turned out to be true, and I can't cover them all in one video. So if you guys enjoyed this part 2 and want me to continue the craziest conspiracy theories that turned out to be true series, wow, that's a mouthful, please leave a comment below telling me that you want a part 3. And while I want a part 1, video, feel free to check out this video on screen right now. It's a video I made about how to escape North Korea. And in this video, I not only describe different ways you could escape North Korea, but I give detailed stories of how that would look to use that escape method. I think you'll love it.
What do you guys think? What's your guys' thoughts? I don't know. I feel that last one was so squeamish. I don't know. I didn't like it. What do we want, guys? Do you want to watch more of this series? Or, oh my god, what the heck? I'm never scrolling up again. Jump scare. I don't know. Don't let your kids watch this. A whole hour? All film theorists. Theories that are on the loose today. Oh my lord. Okay, Loki. Whatever you want to do. No, real. Thanks. I don't want to do anything with North Korea. I heard if you like talk about them badly or anything, a lot of things can happen, allegedly. So, I'm just going to...
I didn't think that factor could help me reach my protein goals. Boy, was I wrong.
mind.
High protein breakfast for a year? Yeah.
The
serial
food looked
killers
good.
that are still on the loose.
He's on the wood
Wow,
list.
you guys really loved part 1 to the series.
Bro, this
The first
animator's
video I
on the
made
wood
about
list.
a month ago
Hear
had
me out,
literally
cake
a
as well.
million views in 2 days and over 2 million views in the first week. Safe to say, you guys are interested
Anything
in
for
serial
content.
killers that are on the loose. And unfortunately, there is
Oh
still
my
more
God.
to discuss. So buckle up. In case you didn't watch the first part of the series, don't worry. Let me get you up to speed. According to the FBI, there could be up to 50 active serial killers on
There's
the
a
loose
part
in the United
1. Bro, I thought he meant like today too. Like today as well. I'm about to hit my head on this. What? Does he have like a little card?
States at
Do they even have that anymore? They got rid of the card. Little. I literally typed in theories. Let me hide this from you guys so you don't judge me what I subscribe to. Playlist. How about that? How about that? Theories. Serial killers. Oh my god, 16 videos. Alright, let me find that part 1 real quick, guys. And then you guys can literally go from there. Unless he said it was in the description, which I'm gonna laugh at myself. Yeah. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Copy. Paste. I'm happy I found this channel.
serial killers.
I found it. I didn't know this channel, like, please be the right one. Okay, it is. I didn't know this channel, like, existed until, like,
Serial killers that are
hours
still
ago.
on the loose. According to the
Or
FBI,
minutes.
there could be up to 50 active serial killers in the United States right now. That's literally 1 serial killer for every state in
Oh,
the
a
United
pumpkin.
States. For this year's Halloween special,
Was
I
it
knew I wanted
Halloween?
to talk about serial killers, but I also knew I wanted to make
Well,
it
happy-
extra creepy.
happy
Which is
Halloween.
why I wanted to discuss not serial killers
Since
who
I
we all
didn't have a
know and
special.
put to jail or put to death. I wanted to discuss serial killers that are
Oh, we
currently
knew who that
active
was.
or still on the loose to this day. Being on the loose and being active are 2 different things, which is why this video is a bit of a double feature. I'm going to start by going through every serial killer who is still walking among us, and then I'm going to build up to not only serial killers who are on the loose, but are also on the loose and active to this very day. So without
I'm
further ado,
scared.
let's talk about killers that could technically kill you. The I-70 killer. The year is 1992. You are the manager
scared.
working at a local shoe store, and you've just begun
No,
your
thank
shift.
you.
Today was like any other day. You were alone in the store.
Feels so
and the store was
personal.
quiet. That was until one peculiar-looking man walked in. He enters the store looking directly at you and doesn't say much, although he asks you if you could find something for him in the back. You oblige and walk in the back, only to realize you've been followed. And before you can understand what's going on, you hear the click of a gun and your life flashes. Unfortunately, that is a real story of one of the victims of the I-70 killer. And this victim was one of many. The I-70 killer is named after the I-70 highway because
What if I
every
remember
single
from the
one
same
of the
place
murders
as the-
attributed to him has taken place only a few miles off of the highway. For
Don't
those
get near
unfamiliar,
me.
The I-70 highway is one of the longest interstates or highways in the entire
Oh,
United
I'm
States.
glad
and runs
your
from Utah
grandfather
to
is
Maryland.
actually,
That alone is
you
an
know.
interesting fact we'll
What?
get into later, but more
To
on the killer
the-
himself. It's believed
Wait,
that
one of
the
my states
I-70
are
killer was
actually
most active from 92
between there.
until 94. Although murders as recently as
scared.
2001 have also been attributed to him. Very little is known about the I-70 killer, and every murder that is associated with him is because of the extremely consistent
could be-
methodology
that could be
this
the
man
next
used.
person.
Almost every victim
Literally.
of the I-70
That's
killer follows
crazy.
the same criteria. The victim was a woman working alone in a retail location only a few miles off the I-70 highway and was nearly clinically executed with a 22mm bullet.
Shopping is hard. Make it easy with Stitch Fix. Get outfits you love
Hello,
without
welcome
any
to
of
the
the hassle.
stream.
First, tell
We're
us
just
your
trying to
style,
avoid
size,
ads.
To the back of the head. Now, interestingly, all of the murders attributed to the I-70 killer showed little to no signs
Oh,
of assault
clothes?
or robbery after the murder took place.
Yeah,
meaning that
clothes.
This killer likely killed simply for the satisfaction of killing, which is just more
That's
evidence in case you were
crazy.
convinced that this person was twisted already. Now, it's important to note that there are a few murders from the I-70 killer that are a bit unorthodox. Specifically, a few murders that involved male victims, as well as a situation where
What?
2 people were murdered at the same time, which was the first the only time that happened, and it's theorized by authorities that the I-70 killer believed one of the employees was alone, when in reality the employee and store owner were both present at the location, and the I-70 killer decided to kill both of these people. As of today, there's believed to be anywhere from 6 to over 9 killings attributed to the I-70 killer. And interestingly, with these murders taking place relatively recently, and the sheer volume of murders that took place, there is quite a bit of evidence and information taking place. But interestingly, even with the technology that existed at the time, which was only the early 90s, and the technology that exists today, which is way more advanced, there is still absolutely no clue as to who the I-70 killer could be. And
you don't even know who it is.
Few artist depictions based off of a few eyewitness accounts. My mind is still a bit blown that with over 6.
Oh my god, that's the younger him versus the older him.
In a relatively modern time.
Bro, I've seen him before.
No real information, and it doesn't look like we're ever going to get anytime soon. And for people who claim to have seen the I-70 killer, they said that they saw a skinny white man, roughly 5'7" to 5'9", in their 20s to 30s at the time. Authorities across the United States are still actively searching for the true identity of the I-70 killer to finally bring him to justice. And today, investigators believe the
Mr.
I-70
Ghostface,
killer is
oh,
likely
kill me,
between
I want to be in the
52 and
sequel.
70, meaning that it's extremely likely that he's still alive and roaming the streets today. Although it's believed that he's either retired from killing or simply
This is why I'm
changed
gonna
his
be
methods so
definitely
his new murders
going.
cannot be
No.
attributed to his now infamous persona. The I-70 killer wasn't the only killer of
It's
this
the
time.
pixels, I
There's also
swear.
an
I'm joking,
I-70
guys. I'm
strangler and
joking.
an I-65 killer. But even those aren't all of them. And in a press release, the FBI has even stated explicitly that
I'm
a
getting copyrighted
disproportionate
because I
amount
said
of
that.
murders and serial killers have been truck drivers. Simply
YouTube is
because
gonna
their lifestyle
demonetize.
is so conducive for serial killing. They're consistently
YouTube is gonna be like,
traveling city to city.
hell
They're hanging out in locations that are relatively temporary, you know, rest
Hey,
stops,
that's
gas stations,
familiar.
and they always have a reason to be going somewhere. And truck drivers and trucks
Did I
for the most
accidentally
part,
dox
kinda fly
myself?
under the
Oh my
radar.
god.
In regards to the I-70 killer specifically, the authorities don't know what his
No, I
occupation
just
was.
doxed a
They do believe that he was either
video
a truck
from
driver,
Schlip,
a drifter,
actually.
or somebody who
Oh
traveled on
no.
I-70 frequently for work. So I guess all I can say is, if you're traveling on I-70 and
He's
seeing
like a
something
hardworking
like
man.
this,
It
keep
could
your
be him.
distance. The Eastbound Strangler. The
Oh,
year is
guys, I have a theory.
2006.
You know, let me not say the theory, because... Yeah, no.
You and your dog are staying
I
in
could
a
be
cheap
next,
hotel outside of Atlantic
because it
City.
said 2006. Like, I love that year.
Because you've fallen on pretty hard times.
I'm not
you
that old.
decide to go out for your daily walk. You walk your dog on the usual route around the motel when you notice
That was
your
a
dog is
sign
particularly inquisitive
that I'm
about
taking all
something
the
behind the
signs.
motel. He keeps trying to draw you down to this drainage
Bark,
ditch,
bark,
and
bark.
while you're unwilling
I
to
like
go
the
down
doggy.
there, you figure something suspicious is going on. You get back to your room and inform police, and after they
I
arrive,
never
they
go to
knock on your door and
motels.
tell you that what you called them about was extremely concerning, and what was found in that drainage ditch was extremely disturbing. Inside that drainage ditch laid 4 dead women. All of the women that were found in this ditch were identified as sex workers in the area. And all of these women were
Aww.
laid extremely methodically. These women were all face down in the drainage ditch, roughly 6 feet apart from each other. All of their heads were pointed eastbound, and all of them were fully clothed except for having their socks and shoes removed. And all of them
What?
were strangled to death. The way that these women were killed and the way that their bodies were found is, of course, where the relatively twisted name of Eastbound Strangler came from. Now, basically everything I've just
scary.
told you is almost everything that's currently known
I need-
about
I
the
need-
Eastbound Strangler. And
I need somebody
unfortunately,
else to
that
react
kind of
with
just
me.
comes with the territory when you're talking
I'm
about
scared.
serial killers that are still on the loose. They're on the loose for a reason, and that's because not much is known, or at least not enough to find them, let alone convict them. And unfortunately,
my
this leaves a lot of room
God.
to speculation. And I would argue that if this serial killer was at least strong enough to strangle and move the bodies of 4 women into a ditch, then it's likely that they weren't extremely old when these killings took place. And because these killings took place only 19 years ago, I would say it's very likely
What?
that whoever killed
Only
these
19
women
years
is still
ago?
alive today, and
I was about to
possibly
say, wow,
still
that's
active,
that's
because all of these 4
crazy.
murders were only linked together because all of the
That's
bodies
crazy,
were found in the same
'cause
place. But if
that's
this killer decided to just go in any other
crazy.
place in the country and kill somebody in any other way, well, nobody's going to really suspect the Eastbound Strangler, the Jeff Davis 8. Fortunately, the Jeff Davis
Violet
8
light.
situation does have quite a bit of information surrounding it.
Okay, bet.
However, this information, while not only upsetting, only leads to more questions than answers.
I'm one of those people that
Jeff
can
Davis
crack a
8,
cold
or the
case, but like
Jennings
I
8,
won't
refers
say
to
anything
a
about it because I
series
don't
of
want to be
murders that
next.
took place between 2005 and 2009 in the small
Let's just
town
say
of
that.
Jennings, Louisiana. All 8 of the Jeff Davis 8 victims were women. But more interestingly than that, they were also connected to each other. Not only did they all live in similar circumstances of
I
being
am able
young
to say
women
that.
struggling with poverty, drug use, and prostitution, but they also literally knew each other. Several of the victims in this case were also
They're so
police
pretty.
informants. And some of these informants even ratted on each other to the same police station. And police
Wait,
station is
look
something
at
we'll
her lip
discuss
combo.
just in a sec.
Beautiful.
All 8 of these women were killed in similar ways and dumped in similar locations, with the murder methods used being strangulation, suffocation, or drowning. And the areas these bodies were dumped were either in swamps or canals in remote areas outside of Jennings. Now, it's reported that when these bodies were found, it's shown that there was an active attempt to have these bodies unidentifiable once found. And it's also suggested that whoever placed these bodies in these extremely remote locations was very familiar with the local terrain due to how specific these locations were and also how hard they were to get to. Off the bat, this case sounds like any of our other cases. Sure, a group of women unfortunately were killed and went missing because they lived in unfortunate
I want her. I want her. I want her.
situations and were vulnerable to psychopaths that were looking to kill innocent people. But once you look
Wow,
into this case, you realize that while there very likely could have been a serial killer who killed these 8 women, it's also very highly suspected that there was some police involvement. And
I think it was the police. That's just a game theory.
Local authorities not only executed the planning, killing,
See,
and
this
hiding
is why.
of these women's bodies, while others
This
suspect
is
that the
why.
local police were simply
My
complicit in the
reason
situation and didn't put
why I
much
can't
effort
watch
into
these videos.
investigating the
Because I'd be the first
simply
one.
because of who the victims were. Now, whether you believe
I'd
that
be the first
objective
one.
is 8 killer was a single serial killer,
That's why I can't
or
be a lawyer
potentially a group
as
of
well.
people involved
Because
in
I'd
law
be the first
enforcement,
one.
the same conclusion can be drawn. Nobody has ever been charged for the murders of these 8 women.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by
Oh
thinking
yes,
about
an ad.
Meet Base 40.
And
Amazing.
unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody
Get your
will,
money.
which means that the lunatic or lunatics who killed these 8 women are definitely on the loose and walking among us today. To me, this is another case that just rings so odd because there was literally 8 murders that took place over 4 years in super modern history. Like, we're talking 2005 to 2009. Like, the technology wasn't where it is now, but it was definitely advanced enough to have some progress on this. So the fact that 8 murders can take place in 4 years in the exact same place and nothing ever comes of it is extremely suspicious, which is why, for that reason, I don't think that looking more closely at law enforcement is a bad idea. And if you watch some of the documentaries or read some of the books about the situation, then you'll definitely get a deeper perspective on the potential law enforcement involved.
I don't know how you bypass the cheap views, but stop.
You are an active
Thank you.
outdoorsman, and this time you decide that something that could be fun to try is testing your survival skills in the middle of the desert. And that's when you decide
Why would
to
you do
live
that?
off the land in
You're just
Albuquerque's
asking to
West
be
Mesa.
gone.
You spend your first day on the trip hiking and getting familiar with the landscape until, while hiking through a mesa, you see something sticking out of the ground. It doesn't look like a flower or cactus, and as you get closer, you realize that this is a bone, but it doesn't look like any animal bone you've ever seen. And you realize that what you're looking at is a human bone. Immediately, you call the authorities, and within hours, the police have not only dug up one body, they've actually dug up the remains of 11 women and girls. The West Mesa Bone Collector is, first of all, just an insane name to give a serial killer, and second of all, one of the most infamous unsolved cases in modern history. It's unnerving how recent some of these cases are and how little information is actually available. In the case of the West Mesa Bone Collector, the bodies were discovered in 2009. However, it's believed that the murders took place from 2001 until 2005. Following the unfortunate trend already evident in this video, all of the victims of the West Mesa Bone Collector were women. But not only were they women, some of these women were sex workers, and some of them were just struggling with homelessness and addiction. But definitely most saddening of all is some of these women weren't even women at all. Out of all of these 11 victims, well, technically 12, one was a 15-year-old girl and one was an unborn child. Because all of the bodies were skeletal remains by the time they were finally found, authorities were not able to determine a definitive cause of death, although they did say that trauma on the body was evident. And while the murder methods of the Mesa killer are unfortunately unknown, the one consistent variable in the situation is the method of hiding the bodies. Every single one of these 11 bodies was hidden in the exact same location, with the bodies being wrapped and then placed underground in an active effort to make sure these bodies were never found. And while the bodies were eventually found, the killer never was. At least not yet. And once again, this is another upsetting situation of potential mismanagement from the authorities. Because seriously, how do at least 11 women go missing in 4 years without anybody saying anything? And then when all of these women are found in the exact same location, even then, nothing is then known or discovered for the next 20 years. It's so disheartening. And I didn't mean for this video to be a bummer. It was kind of supposed to be scary, but I guess with this sort of situation, it, well, comes with the territory. But regardless, with these murders taking place only from 2001 to 2005, it is extremely likely that the killer who executed these murders is still alive today and walking among us. The Rainbow Killer. The Rainbow Killer
Oh.
is the first killer we're discussing that is not from the United States. Although
Other
the
than them
serial
in the
killer
picture.
does still have a stereotypical,
They're
insane
probably
serial killer nickname.
one of
The
those
Rainbow Killer got his nickname
other
because he was targeting and
types of
assassinating gay
people
men in
won't be.
Brazil.
Yeah, I
Whoever
knew
is
it. I
giving these
figured.
serial killers' names seriously needs to chill. But
Yes,
back on a serious note, the murders executed by the Rainbow Killer took place between 2007 and 2008. And during this time, it's believed that the Rainbow Killer killed at least 13 gay men, all between the ages of 20 and 40.
Hold
with
on.
all of them being shot in the head. Like some of the
I'm gonna
other cases in this
low-key
video, it was suspected
put
that the
two and
alleged
two
serial
together,
killer could actually
and I
be a
think
member
I
of
know who
law
it
enforcement.
is,
However, in this situation,
but I won't
this
say.
is something that other authorities took seriously. And in 2008, the same year that the murders were actually ongoing, the Sao Paulo Public Safety Department actually made a public statement announcing that the killer might actually be a police officer, which I think is a very bold and respectable claim for the government to say. Like, if one of their own is doing this, it's important that they be able to speak up
Straight
about it.
face. Just
Interestingly,
okay.
later
Why
that
won't
same
you
year,
say?
December of 2008, a Brazilian police
It's
officer
just
was
a
actually
theory.
arrested because an alleged eyewitness stated that he saw this police officer kill a gay man by shooting him 12 times. And on top of this, another eyewitness reported to authorities that they saw the same police officer often hanging out in the same park where all of these gay men were being harassed.
Okay,
and
so
killed.
my
Now,
theory
with
is
two very
correct.
strong eyewitness claims, obviously
I'm
there
gonna
is a
get-
case
yeah,
against
no.
this police officer. And for the first time in this video, it seems like there may be justice served. However, that was not the case, because in 2011, 3 years later, the police officer that was alleged
I was just about to say it's the
is the
police
killing
officer.
gay man and potentially being the Rainbow Killer was released after his trial because it was declared that he was not guilty by the jury. And whether you believe that it was actually this police officer
Who
or
is
someone
it?
else entirely,
Okay,
the
I
result is the
think
same.
I don't know if I watched this video or not, but like I think it might be this one person who actually killed like 13 people that are what's it called it? After they like once they sleep with him, to just kill him. I forgot his name, but it's on one of those what's it called? I think he's already locked up, or isn't? I'm not sure, but it's just a theory. Also, the other the other ones, for instance, there was this one TikToker, or I think, or whatever, I could be completely wrong, that literally was like, oh yeah, I was like, they were like going through some stuff and then they had to be whatever, like trafficked in there. Strong topics, by the way. And then yeah, they could have like, I think they ran into the serial killer without realizing, but they had the urge to like leave instead of staying with the one person. I think she was gonna be one of the 11, so instead of 11, she was like probably like gonna be instead of the 12th, including the baby, quote unquote, she would be the 13th, basically. That's crazy. Just a theory, though. I don't want to be next. No, thank you.
Still on the loose to this day. The
He
vending machine
is!
murders.
Oh my god,
The
I'm
year
right.
is 1985, and you are excited because you are on your
Let me
first
solve
trip
these.
to Japan. You told yourself that on this trip you're gonna live like the locals, and it was at this point.
Watch
that you
this be the
decided to
one I
get
can't
involved
solve.
into vending machine culture. Luckily, vending machines are something that are not hard to find in Japan, and you quickly on your walk are able to find one on the
Oh,
side of the road. You
don't
walk
go to
up
that
this
one.
vending machine fully intending to buy a drink when you realize that there was actually a perfectly good sealed drink sitting on the top of a vending machine. Knowing that Japanese
Okay, there's this killer that actually does this consistently, and I think he's still alive today. He still does the same thing. He puts a drink on top of there, and then the people die, and then it's like consistently he's getting away with these kills, and people don't know why. And then yeah, I don't know if it's the same person or a different person, but allegedly. You didn't hear from me though. Bro, once I face reveal, I'm gonna have to literally get plastic surgery.
This drink was an orange-flavored energy drink, and that was something that you were honestly kind of craving at that time. After drinking the drink and going on with your day, you realize that you don't really feel too good. You go home feeling sick, trying to sleep it off, but when you get into your bed to take a nap, you never woke up.
Actually?
The story I just told is
Booking.com has all kinds
Oh
of
wow,
stays
just
because
freaking
someone across
ads.
the desert.
There's this there was a drink like that literally on the vending machine when I was like getting one. when I was like in
13 people were murdered and
Florida a
35
long time
people
ago.
got
That's crazy.
seriously sick because they drank poisoned drinks left on the top of vending machines. Now, if you're asking yourself, who's just drinking drinks left on the top of vending machines? Well, a lot of people actually, and that's because this drink at the time was having low sales. And because these drinks were having low sales, they were offering buy one, get one free promotions in certain vending machines. So it wasn't necessarily uncommon to find the extra bottle left on top as a gift on top of the vending machine. And because people knew that this promotion was going on, and they had seen in other places this drink was left on top,
Yeah, I'm too smart. I would not do that. I'll let my friend like sit up there and accidentally grab it, and I'll tell them don't drink it, but they're gonna be arguing with me, and then I'll be like, okay, your funeral, literally.
To leave laced drinks with paraquat on top of vending machines. Paraquat was a
That
very
is,
popular
I was about to
herbicide.
say that.
So while it was a popular herbicide, it also wasn't a stranger to death.
Guys, I
As
used
in
to
the
be in
previous year of
forensics.
1984, over 1,300 people took their own life by ingesting this toxic substance. The ways in which these victims died varied pretty significantly, with some victims dying within hours of
I'm never buying drinks from a vending machine. No. Okay, guys. The thing is, okay, the vending machine killer literally gets the drink from the vending machine and then puts said parasite into the drink, the buy one get one free type of drink. They give the quote unquote free one into the drink, and then they put it on top of it, the vending machine, and then said person goes bye-bye. But if you do fall for that type of stuff, if you do see what's it call it, a bottle on top of the thing and it's like that, the person might be very close by. Obviously, okay, here's the thing. Things I know about serial killers, they are your everyday person. They're gonna be your best friend. They're gonna be your uncle, your aunt, your whatever, right? They're gonna be your normal person, just hanging around. They have a double life. Everyone has a double life, but some people's double life is way darker than you expect. Like for instance, it can be literally a famous streamer, even. I think that is actually a case somewhere, but I won't say. But it can literally be anybody, and this is why I'm definitely going to I'm gonna need security. I'm gonna need security. Don't make me call security. Anyway, yeah, serial killers are literally your everyday person. They can be literally your Uber driver to your freaking best friend, like I said. So they have normal lives. They're out there minding their business, or they're just in a home creepily watching YouTube. Staring at viewer. I'm joking. Anyway, allegedly though.
The Japanese police never received or discovered any leads associated with this string of murders. However,
yeah, because they're stupid. Common sense. I'm joking.
All executed by a single person. There was never any video evidence of this individual.
Even the ones in freaking
and the only true
the simple
response to
one.
this entire situation was nationwide prevention campaigns to further prevent poisonings with other products in Japan. However, those didn't stop future poisonings, because in 1998 and even in 2019, there was other reported cases of intentional poisonings via a beverage, with some of those also using the same toxic agent, paraquat. This situation is just super disturbing, but in a different way to the other murders, because there was no in-person violence, there was no motive, there was no specific target, there was no trend. He didn't know or care if he was poisoning women, children, elderly people, pregnant women. They just wanted to kill people, and unfortunately, they did exactly that and got away with it. Considering these murders took place in 1985, there is a chance that whoever executed these murders could be dead by now, potentially by natural causes or other. However, I would say that it's also likely that whoever did this is still roaming the streets of Japan today, and unfortunately, still a free individual. Just to give you some context about how little information there really is in all of these unsolved cases, the numbers that I gave you about how many people were sick and died only came out in 2012, meaning that from 1985 until 2011, not much was known about how many people died during this stint of poisonings or how many people were injured at all. And it's for this reason that a lot of the serial killers that are still on the loose are from...
If you guys are trying to get somebody, use that. I'm joking.
Gather small scraps of information that are
bake a cake, put it in there, make sure it tastes very like that nobody's gonna know the flavor. Just say you used a different flour, and then literally that's how it works. But you didn't hear from me. I'm just joking, by the way.
Build a website you love.
Have I done this before? Heck no.
For your words,
I'm just a person who find chemicals and stuff like that interesting. This is why I'm not a lawyer or a forensics scientist, because I don't want to be get. You're just asking to be get if you're trying to do stuff like that. My apologies, but
every other
yeah.
depraved individual on this list, this killer targeted women. He would assault them, kill them, and then hide their bodies in construction sites across his city. And multiple of his victims were girls under the age of 18. The Danilovsky maniac is believed to be active as early as 1999 and as late as 2010. And with nearly 11 years of crime, 7 confirmed killings and 14 possible killings, there was quite a bit of information being processed by the police. However,
this is what I'm talking about, guys.
But this wasn't due to a lack of effort. In 2008 alone, over 200 people were interviewed to see if they knew anything or potentially were the murderer, and the police were even offering up to 500,000 rubles for any information. However, this reward has still gone unclaimed.
I feel like that.
One disturbing trait that was common for the Danilovsky maniac was that he would leave crude drawings at the scene of each murder to essentially taunt police. These drawings were graphic in nature and extremely upsetting considering the context. As of 2024, authorities have not publicly named any suspects in this case, and all of the cases associated with the serial killer are unfortunately unsolved. The only information the authorities are able to give
let me solve it.
that they believe that the
Let me
serial killer
not.
is likely alive,
Because that's
potentially
why.
between the ages of 58 and 73, and may have bald spots in their hair. And if that description
Okay.
sounds extremely vague to you, well, that's because it is. I feel like at least
Any
40% of Russia's
glass?
population fits that description, so it's not.
Oh, it's in Russia?
unhelpful.
I'm not
Though
solving that
even
shit.
this minuscule
I'm
amount
not
of
solving it.
information is better than the no
Y'all can keep that
information
stuff
available in some of the other
closed.
cases we've discussed on this list. It's no secret that we've discussed some seriously sick.
I solve
and twisted
anything outside of
individuals
the
so far on
States?
this list.
I'm getting
However,
it.
we're not done yet, because like I mentioned, we're going to end the video with serial killers that are on the loose and active to this very day, with confirmed kills within
Okay.
the last few years, or potentially even more recently. And if you thought
Okay.
there was limited information about these serial
If this
killers
is
we've
anything of
discussed so
2020,
far,
I'm
well,
running.
buckle up, because all of the
I'm gonna be
active
on
serial killers we're
edge.
discuss have almost nothing known about them, and that's, like I mentioned, part of the nature. One thing that I've learned from making serial killer videos and kind of researching serial killers in general is that serial killers are more or less of a retrospective game. It typically takes many years after the fact for authorities to be able to piece things together and put together a proper timeline of exactly what happened and connect all of the dots that tie a single killer to
This is why they
all
need me on the
different
force,
victims.
but I'm never
Now, with
gonna
that
be
being
on the
said, that
force
doesn't mean that
because
there's
I don't
nothing
want
for us
to get
discuss. There's just not many examples
Comments
that are
in.
relatively vague, which is why I'm going to do a bit of a speed run. And the speed run is
that a
about to get crazy,
potato?
but not as crazy as how many of you aren't actually subscribed. So if you
I'm
do enjoy these
subscribed.
videos and like my keep
Like,
on
comment,
pushing it, then
subscribe.
Consider being a bro and subscribing. We're getting so close to 1 million subscribers. But okay, let's
Bet.
go through this speed round of serial killers that are
I hope you
active
got that 1
right now.
million.
We're starting in Mexico, and it's not
Mexico?
necessarily one individual, it's actually a
A
place.
gang.
And this place is known
Oh.
as the Highway of Death. It's
Oh, I
basically
know
a
this
136
place.
mile stretch of a federal highway that since 2022 has seen the death of at least 71 individuals who have
Yep.
been provably murdered. Beyond these 71 proven murders on this highway, there's believed to be over 200 potential murders that have taken place on this highway since 2020, and the number is still only going up. It's not necessarily believed that only one serial killer is responsible for all these murders, and authorities believe that this is most likely the work of cartels. But they have
Exactly, that's why I
explicitly
said a
that they're
gang.
not writing off lone criminals to also be
I'll mess with
responsible
that.
for
It's
some
not
of the
inside the
murders that have
seats. I'm
taken
not
place
solving
on
it.
this highway. Meaning that if anything, this stretch of highway is not home to just one serial killer, but multiple. 18 different individuals who were attacked on the highway and survived all claimed that they were abducted by armed men and tortured before being released or escaping. And while no motivation is given beyond that, it further adds to the theory that cartel intervention is happening. Although if the cartels are doing this, begs the question of what is their motivation? Just because somebody's a member of the cartel, that doesn't mean that they're not a rogue serial killer on their off time. Another ongoing situation that's taking place not in Mexico but in Canada is known as the Highway of Tears. On the now
I heard of
infamous
that
Highway
one.
16 in Canada, from 1970 up until the modern day, like right now, over 80 women and girls, primarily indigenous women and girls, have been murdered or have gone
Indigenous?
missing
What does
while
that mean?
walking on the side of this highway. With this
Like
string
people
of
of
murders
color?
ongoing now for over 50
Don't just
years,
hate on
it
us.
is believed that murdering innocent people on this highway has become more or less of a multi-generational tradition among seriously twisted individuals. And it's believed that not one, but many individuals have killed innocent women on this highway for a plethora of disturbing reasons. Going right back down to Mexico,
Just
we're
because.
discussing the toy car murderers. This is once again not necessarily one
Oh.
killer, but a group of killers who live in Sinaloa. These murders took place from 2019 to 2023 and still may be ongoing to this day. They have 5 proven victims and 6 possible victims. And this killer or group of killers are known as the toy car killers because they are specifically targeting car thieves. Yeah, like this is some Dexter stuff. These individuals are identifying car thieves, shooting them in the head, leaving them for dead, and leaving toy cars on their body as a calling card.
Okay, low-key. That's funny.
Actions are being
That's
taken out
funny.
by either one person or a group of organized people, all with the same hatred of car thieves. Having a serial killing calling card in 2023 is some seriously diabolical stuff. Don't get me wrong, stealing somebody's car is really messed up. But if you're going to create an organized crime murder vigilante justice group, I feel like there are probably other crimes you could go after rather than car thieves. But
exactly.
Not advocating for vigilante justice or murder, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like there's probably other things you could be more motivated by, but what do I know?
Yeah.
To the States, we have the Little Rock serial stabbings. From 2020 to 2021, there were 3 confirmed fatal stabbings in Little Rock, Arkansas. All 3 of these stabbings were believed to be committed by the same person, and unfortunately, there is absolutely no information about who was stabbing these people and why they were stabbing these people. Authorities are actively investigating the situation, and hopefully justice and answers are brought forward soon. Jumping over to Pakistan, we have the Jankil grave. In 2020, a grave containing the bodies of 4 teenage boys was found. One of these boys was decapitated, one of them was shot, and 2 of them were stoned to death. The only connection between all of these bodies were the fact that they were buried in the same place. But beyond that, nobody knows who killed these boys, why they killed them, or when this even happened.
These easy balanced meals kick takeout to the curb. Factor helped me take control over what I'm eating and spending on.
This situation has been going since 2020, and minimal updates have been provided since then. There has been numerous protests in Pakistan demanding justice for these young boys, but unfortunately, answers or justice have not been given yet. And this killer, along with all others, are still at large. Heading over to Mali, of all places, we have the Fana beheadings, which took place from 2018 to 2022 when 10 confirmed individuals were beheaded in a ritualistic decapitation.
Oh my
Upon
lord.
investigation, it was confirmed that none of these victims had anything in common, and their heads were eventually found separately, but all of these bodies had their blood drained, which is why it was believed these bodies were used for ritualistic purposes.
Okay,
Since these murders,
that makes
investigations have been
sense, but not in a
ongoing,
good
updates
way.
have
Like,
been minimal.
oh wow,
However, these
that
murders
happened.
did shock the region of Africa, and the UN has
That's
actively
sad.
inserted themselves in the situation to try to, quote, continue to make sustained efforts to protect civilians. And for the final entry on
Yeah,
this
no,
entire list,
that's
we have
not
a man
happening.
named Vampire, a Kenyan serial killer who was active from 2022 to 2024, and in that time killed a confirmed 42 women. Vampire is a 33-year-old Kenyan man in Nairobi, and after his 42 woman killing spree from 2022 to 2024, he actually was arrested, but shortly after being arrested, escaped custody and has not been heard from or seen since. It is believed by some in Kenya that the police
Hello, welcome to the
actively aided in
stream.
the
I'm
escape
good.
of
How
the
are you?
serial
How are
killer,
you?
which is extremely disheartening if true.
This is
As we conclude
ridiculous,
this video,
guys.
I do just want to
It's
make a quick
scary.
reminder that everything I discussed in this
you,
video is real.
thank you.
These are real victims.
It's just
with
a
real
PNG
families
tuber
and
for
real
now.
friends and real
Working
lives
on my
destroyed
VTuber
and
one.
ruined and taken. I try my absolute best to make these videos informative and respectful. Besides that, I want to say thank you guys for enjoying, and I hope you
Oh
have
my
a safe and
lord.
fun Halloween if you are watching this on Halloween. Surprisingly, this is my
Yeah,
first
it's Halloween for
special
us guys,
ever,
right?
and I definitely want
Yeah.
to do more. So I'm gonna start
It
thinking
says
about next year's costume right now. But in the
31st.
meantime, if you want a palette cleanse, I recommend checking out the video on screen. It's a video I made about
Okay.
how the most notorious serial killers got caught. So if you want to see some just
I don't know. This kind of scared me. We're gonna watch number 2
at any given
because that's
moment,
how we
I
got
think
to this
I
point.
wanna
Oh my god. There we go. Spoilers.
Serial killers that are still on the loose. Wow, you guys really loved part 1 to
Number
the series. The
2.
first video I made about a month ago had literally 1 million views
I'm
in 2
eepy,
days
can't
and
sleep,
over 2
but-
million views in the first
'cause
week.
oh
Safe
my
to say
gosh.
you guys are interested
I
in
completely
serial
get
killers
that.
that are on the loose. and
I
unfortunately,
usually
there's
stay
still
up
more to
because of
discuss.
that. I think
So
I need
buckle up.
some.
In case you didn't watch the first part of the series, don't worry. Let me get you up to speed.
It's like
According
late
to the FBI, there could be up
to
to
me.
50 active serial killers on the loose in the United States at any given
Not
moment.
the
And I think it's
States.
important to make that distinction,
Of course, it's the
because being on the
States.
loose and being active are two different things, which is why this video is a bit of a double feature. I'm going to start by discussing every serial killer that is currently walking among us, and then I'm going to end the video with not only killers that are on the loose, but killers that are on the loose and active
Ooh, don't
to
come for
this
me.
very day. But
That's
without
crazy.
further ado,
Jump
let's
scare.
get to this part 2 of killers
Remember to
that can
hydrate. Yes,
technically
yes,
kill
yes.
you.
No
The
matter
Texas
what
killing
it
fields.
is,
The
as long
year
as
is
it's safe.
1977.
Drink
It's
it.
a hot Texas night in the middle of July.
Drink, drink, drink.
You are heading back home after an evening of spending time with your friends when you decide to pull into a gas station and top up your tank and grab a drink. Once you get back to your vehicle, it's not unlocking, and you notice that your keys are on the driver's seat. This was a common mistake that you've made numerous times before. However, they've never had quite the same outcome. Knowing what to do in this situation, you decide to call your boyfriend, and you find the nearest outdoor payphone, which luckily was only a few feet away on site at the gas station. As you head over to the payphone, you notice a car pulling into the gas station, but it's not pulling into a bay to collect gasoline. It's pulling up right beside you. Before you're even able to take the phone off the hook, you notice the person in this vehicle asking if you need some help. You politely decline, but tell them you appreciate the offer. The man in the truck almost over-enthusiastically insists that it's not an issue. This man tells you to just get into his truck and he'll drive you the few feet back to your car. He'll park his truck and he'll get all the tools out necessary to help you get your keys out of your car. Reluctantly, you accept the help because you know it's late and your boyfriend is a few miles away. Although, as soon as you get into this man's truck, the demeanor changes, and unfortunately, you would never be seen again. Well, that is, at least for 18 years, because it wouldn't be until
Parents, if your
Oh my
child
God.
plays Roblox,
Ads.
listen up. You could qualify for up to $300,000
Oh, thank you.
March of 2016, when your remains would finally be found. The
Oh my
story you just
gosh.
heard is based on the reality of one of the many victims of the Texas killing fields. This story specifically was based on what happened to Kelly Ann Cox, a 21-year-old woman who went missing on July 15th in 1997 at a Conoco gas station and wasn't found until March 15th, 2016, when investigators were brought to her remains. This extremely upsetting and disturbing story I just told was unfortunately not rare for the Texas killing fields. And the series of events that took place in this situation are extremely consistent with almost every murder that took place. Now, if you're a keen listener, obviously the Texas killing fields isn't a person, it's a location. And that's because the Texas killing fields isn't just associated with one serial killer. It's actually associated with numerous serial
multiple.
killers, all of which we'll get into. But first, let's further discuss this area of Texas as a whole. The Texas killing fields is a nickname that was given to an area of land surrounding the I-45 highway, which is located in southeast Houston, Texas. I know we started the first Killers on the Loose video with the I-75 killer, which may seem similar at face value, but understand the I-75 killer was only one individual, and his murders took place all across the country. And the killing fields is rather a stark contrast, because although all of the Texas killing field killings took place near the I-45 highway, the actual area where the bodies were found was extremely compact, specifically being a 25-acre patch of land in League City, Texas. And it's in this patch of land where over 34 bodies have been found since the 1970s. And as I stated previously, it's not only suspected, but confirmed that numerous serial killers have been active in this rather confined area. Now, focusing in on this area for a second, what makes this area so special? Is there something in the water that's just causing these Texas residents to begin killing, or is there more to it? And while it hasn't officially been confirmed, authorities who have been working the case for decades now have more or less come to the conclusion that the Texas killing fields are a perfect place to kill somebody and get away with it, which is a terrifying quote to hear from law enforcement. But to further drive this point home, Amy Mann, who actually directed the Texas Killing Fields movie in 2011, said this about the Killing Fields patch of land. Quote, "You could actually see the refineries in the south end of League City. You could see the I-45. But if you yelled, no one would necessarily hear you. And if you ran, you wouldn't necessarily have anywhere to go." And that quote alone kind of highlights how there are two major landmarks in the killing fields. However, neither of them are extremely helpful for somebody who's being victimized in between the two. And because of this,
scary,
if you're
guys.
somebody who is traveling in this area alone, you are unfortunately vulnerable. And while the Texas killing fields may be in a bit of a unique geographical location, this part of Houston isn't the only part of the country that's like this. So part of me feels like there's more to it. But honestly, that's just speculation. Focusing back in on the victims
allegedly.
of the Texas killing fields, as of right now, at least 34 bodies have been recovered in this 25-acre patch of land. And these murders have been happening as early as the 1970s and as recently as the late 2000s. And if you watched part 1 or watched basically any true crime at all, then you can probably theorize on who was the primary target of the Texas killing fields. The victims were, of course, young women, with a majority of these women not being women at
I'm
all,
not going
but
to
literally
Texas.
being children, with some of the victims being girls as young
Not
as 12
going there.
years old. However, with at least 34 murders taking place in a 25-acre patch of land in a time frame that spans over 50 years, the vast majority of the murders that took place in the killing fields are still unsolved to this day. However, that doesn't mean that none have been solved. And I am now going to discuss the unfortunately small number of convictions that have taken place so far. The first conviction involves Clyde Edwin Hedrick. He was investigated for the suspicious death of Ellen Beeson. During this investigation, he admitted that he and her had both gone swimming in a nearby lake after leaving a local bar, and he stated that while they were swimming, she accidentally drowned in the water. But he also claimed that he only hid her body because he was scared of being accused for foul play, which I think we can both instantly see through. But unfortunately, at the time, no cause of death could be ascertained. And because of that, in 1996, already 11 years after the murder took place, Hedrick was convicted of abusing a corpse and was sentenced to only 1 year of jail. Now, if
1
the story
year.
only ended there, it would be unfair of me to call that
He
a
looked
murder,
like a-
because legally, he was
No,
only tampering
really,
with
he
a
looked like
body,
a-
which is, well, already
He
disgusting.
looked like a
But of course,
person
the
who
story
will
does not end there. In 2011,
end up
Hedrick's
doing
ex-wife
something
approached
bad.
authorities and said that her
Looks like a bad
ex-husband
man.
would frequently make incriminating remarks about Beeson's death. And it was this information, along with a second autopsy of Beeson's body, that resulted in authorities getting an arrest warrant that
He got
eventually
them scrunched
resulted
up
in
face.
charges against Hedrick in 2014. Hedrick was officially convicted of manslaughter and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. However,
Oh yeah,
he was released
finally.
in 2021.
What?
Today, he walks among us. Everything I've stated so far is a
Let
fact.
him
But if
go,
we're willing to dive
like,
into a bit
back.
of speculation, it's been alleged that Hedrick made 2 jailhouse confessions during his time in prison. And according to these confessions, he claimed to have murdered 2 other women without ever being caught, making this conviction that much more unsatisfying. The second pair of confessions associated with the Texas killing fields
Yeah,
come
he did
from
it.
1987, when a 30-year-old man named Robert King called the El Paso police, claiming that a year prior in 1986, him and his friend attacked, assaulted, and murdered a young woman named Shelley Sykes. These men were promptly arrested, and they made a deal with authorities that if they could show the police where the body was, they
I
would
feel
award
like that.
life sentences. However,
Yeah, they
during the
should get it,
investigation,
but
they were
I
unable to uncover
feel
the body.
like
And because of
in
this,
the
these 2 men
end,
were only convicted
they
of aggravated
know they're gonna
kidnapping,
have
but still
the death
received life
penalty, so
sentences
they would
in
try to
1998. These
harm
2 men, while
themselves.
obviously monsters, are no longer an issue, because both
And
of these men
GTA.
had died behind bars, one in 2015 and one in 2020. The third
In-game.
conviction involves a man named Kevin Smith. In 1996, a 13-year-old
Oh, she's
girl named
pretty.
Crystal
So
Baker
cute.
left her
It's a
grandmother's house
baby.
to go use a payphone to call her friend to ask her friend if she could stay over.
In my
And during
opinion,
her
that looks
trip
like a
from
baby.
her grandmother's house to the payphone, she was picked up, assaulted, murdered, and dumped,
Aw.
and her body was only found 2 hours later. However,
That's
although her
sad.
body was only found 2 hours after the incident took place, it would take 16 years for justice to be served. And that's
Good
because
lord.
in 2009, Kevin Smith was arrested on a drug charge in Louisiana.
What?
And around that same time, DNA evidence from Baker's dress was also being analyzed. And with both of these investigations taking place at the same
Has
time,
any
a
VTuber
connection
model
between
so
the two
bad?
was made.
My
And
face.
in 2012, Smith
My
was
face
found
is
guilty
some-
of capital
it's
murder,
crazy.
where he is currently spending a life sentence in prison. And the final
Crunch
conviction
die.
associated with the Texas killing fields involves William Lewis Reese. In May of 1997,
Aw.
Reese was arrested for
He
kidnapping
looks like
and
he played
attempting to
Santa
murder
in
a
the mall.
19-year-old girl. During this kidnapping, this woman was
You guys should be
fortunately able
scared.
to escape, and he was found and convicted and sentenced to a 60-year
He looks
prison
like
term.
Bimino
During
Money
his
a
time
little
in
bit.
prison,
Sorry.
in 2015, his DNA was linked to another murder
don't
that
mean
took
to be
place in
rude.
1997, the same year he kidnapped the victim we just spoke about. After this connection was made and the metaphorical cat was out of the bag, Reese confessed to 4 additional murders and was
Wow.
sentenced to death. On top of all of these 4 convictions that took place, there was also an additional 3 suspects that were very likely involved with some of the murders but were never charged. Now, to bring the Texas killing fields back to the original point of this video, as you can see, with only 4 convictions taking place, with a total of 7 confirmed murders within those 4
Yeah,
convictions,
no.
that still leaves 27 unsolved murders that have taken place in the Texas killing fields. Meaning that it is
Exactly.
an undeniable fact that there are multiple killers and likely serial killers that are on the loose who have actively
Today.
participated in the atrocities of the Texas killing fields and were never caught. I know this first section was a
Exactly.
bit longer than normal, but this story truly has so much depth, and I wanted to bring some of that to light. The Monster of Florence. The year is 1985. You are an Italian man in your early 20s. The girl that you've been seeing at school has finally agreed to go out with you, and tonight was the big night. It's a warm September's evening, and you go to pick her up at her house, and you plan on taking her to a place that was private and secluded, so both of you could have a conversation and potentially more in peace. After a long pleasant drive down a dirt road,
very long time,
and you and your date begin to discuss life, school, career paths, and you both are really hitting it off. Even though this moment has been something you've been dreaming of, something feels off. You know you're alone, but for some reason, you feel like you're being watched. Your date begins to kiss you, but for some reason you just can't seem to put your guard down. But you ultimately give in. Finally submitting to the moment, you find yourself hearing a branch crack, and you quickly look around. Your date tells you it's nothing, pulls your face closer to hers, and you both continue what you were doing. That is, until you hear a knock on the window of your...
1 second, guys. Be right back. Let me use the restroom. Okay, I'm back.
Car. Your date screams, and you are in shock. There is a man pointing a .22 caliber pistol.
Oh my god, that's a good part.
Lineman in charge of keeping the lights on.
A good part.
You go to great length.
We don't know what he looks like or anything.
One of the best days of your life has
we don't know if we defended ourselves or anything.
Even process the situation, you and your date were murdered. The story that I just told is the unfortunate reality of many of the victims of the Monster of Florence. The Monster of Florence was notorious for numerous reasons, but most notably the sheer depravity of his actions and also the interesting victim selection that he had. As I alluded to in the intro story, the Monster of Florence almost exclusively targeted young couples seeking private, intimate moments, which was something that historically was almost never seen before. The murders themselves primarily took place in the province of Florence, Italy.
Why so angry? Exactly. Why so angry? Like,
as I previously stated, all the victims were couples, and all of them were in rural areas, typically attacked during intimate moments. But on top of this, the methods of murder in every instance and the aftermath was also the exact same and genuinely disturbing. What the Monster of Florence would do in nearly every murder is execute both of the partners typically in their vehicle with a .22 caliber pistol, and then after both of the victims were dead, the killer would then go on to mutilate the female victim with a knife. The final consistency that took place across almost all of the murders was that the murders took place on Saturdays, typically during a new moon, when the moon was not visible in the sky. For the 2 decades that the Monster of Florence was active, he not only terrorized Italy with his actions, but was also actively taunting law enforcement, similar to situations we've seen with other killers, like the Zodiac Killer. One of the most notable communications that the Monster of Florence had with authorities was when the Monster of Florence literally mailed a letter to the district attorney working the case. And attached to this letter was a plastic bag that contained flesh from the chest of one of the last known female victims.
That's
and it was since that
crazy.
communication in 1985 when the Monster of Florence had gone silent. With nearly 20 years
It's
of terror
disgusting.
and 16 victims, there has to be some information about the murder. And well, there is. But similar to the last case we discussed, the information is
Well, I want
spotty at
it.
best. And even though convictions have been made, the most popular theory surrounding the entire Monster of Florence situation was that the true killer was never caught and is very likely on the loose to this very day. The most notable conviction was actually overturned 2 years later due to police planting evidence.
I kind of
on
like
photos, and
reacting.
before this individual could
I
have
want to
been
like
trial, he died.
record
And
some of
these two
these
alleged conspirators
maybe
were
later.
convicted of 4 of the 8 murders. Admittedly,
Once
this
I got
summary is a
freaking
rather large
storage. So
oversimplification
upset
of the
about the
entire
storage.
conviction situation. But to
I don't even
spare
got
this extra zooming
storage.
as long as the first one, just
Oh my
understand
god.
that the only prime suspect that
We
authorities
have to
ever
read through the
had
video
was
and no
convicted of
subtitles.
7 of the 8 double murders, only to be appealed 2 years later because it was found out that the police literally planted evidence at his home. And even though this conviction was appealed, this individual died before he could have a retrial, meaning that already there are
For
so many
people who need
unanswered
it.
questions. And as I stated, his 2 alleged co-conspirators were officially
I
convicted
apologize.
of 4 of the 8 double murders, but that still means that there are 4 other double murders that took place with no suspect ever caught and brought to justice. Some people believe that Pajani, the original prime suspect, was actually the Monster of Florence, while others believe that the Monster
I
of
think
Florence
so.
was actually not one person but the acts of a murder cult that existed in Florence. And I think
No,
one
I
of
think
those
it's one
popular
person
beliefs is
that's
that the
bitter.
true Monster of Florence was
Okay,
somebody that
my
was not on the
theory.
radar of authorities at all. They were an elusive shut-in who was skilled and
Where's my
methodical and
freaking?
knew how to
Okay, there we go. My theory is I think it's one person. I don't care if what happens, what happens. Okay, I'm used to life already. Okay, basically, my theory is I think it's one person who's very bitter in life, who honestly had gotten their girl taken or whatever in that exact spot, and they pretty much left or whatever, and got upset and blah 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 blah. Probably hurt that one person and I say start digging under where that one vehicle was or is that vehicle where they usually park and start digging and checking for bodies under in that area. That's what I think the cops should do. Yeah. It's just a theory. A game theory, because it's a
stay
GTA.
away from
Yeah.
the spotlight. Regardless of which
Online.
theory you believe, the undeniable
In a game.
consistency among all of them is
AI.
that the true Monster of Florence was never caught. And although some of these murders date all the way back to 1968, there is still a likely chance that the Monster of Florence, or at least one of the Monsters of Florence, is still on the loose to this very day. The Monster of the Andes. Since we're already discussing monsters from other parts of the world, I figured Pedro Lopez, the Monster of the Andes, would be the perfect next entry for this list. Unintentionally, part 1 of this
I will
series
say
was
one
pretty
thing though,
US
skin
heavy, so
tones
for
are
that
on
reason, I
fact.
tried to make part 2 a bit more international.
Very
With that
inclusive
being said,
for
let's
this
focus back in
animator.
on the Monster of the Andes. The Monster of the Andes was the nickname given to Pedro Lopez, a Colombian serial killer with probably one of the most insane stories you've ever heard.
Accents.
Pedro Lopez was born in 1948 and committed his first murder in 1969. Over
Oh.
the course of 1969 to 1980, Pedro Lopez assaulted and killed
Okay.
anywhere from 110 to over
What?
300 victims.
Okay. I wanted to talk about this. I was gonna say, there's a theory, well, my personal theory, I like to call it, that basically once you harm a person, your brain already kind of like goes crazy, and you're either one very scared and you end up doing something malicious, like harming more than one person. That can either be yourself or others around you or whatever, and then you go on a run, or you can end up harming multiple and seeming like it's a hobby, quote unquote, when you're trying to stay stable mentally. Because once your brain, it's kind of like humans. Okay, YouTube, don't demonetize me or anything. Humans eating other humans. Yeah, they kind of like don't go back or they go crazy or whatever, and they basically have these like insane eyes. You can tell who harmed somebody by literally their eyes. Yeah. And I know it might be hard to tell when you don't know, but there's certain ways to basically get away from certain people by just looking into their eyes. Even if they have like a brown eyes, dark eyes, black eyes, whatever, you can tell by their like facial expression and how they present themselves in life. Like, yeah, you can tell if they basically, you know, but not a lot of people have that skill. Some people just go into the, let's say police force, for example, just to protect, but they don't know much about that. But I do think police force and forensics should be like kind of like a one-in-one in a way. Probably at least the FBI or something. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I'm just a theory
victims,
person.
unsurprisingly and disturbingly, were young girls. And he
As
committed
per
these
usual, for
atrocities
some
in
reason.
Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. Now, stating that these murders took place from 1969 to 1980
They
is
just
a
want to do
bit
something.
deceptive, because although the first murders that Pedro Lopez committed was in 1969, it would be the only murders he would commit until he was released from prison in 1978. And if
I don't know a person, I will not talk to you. No, bro.
In jail. In 1969, Pedro Lopez was
But that's the
sentenced to
thing.
7 years in prison
Okay.
for stealing a
Even if it's somebody in person or online, it don't matter. Like, you still gotta make sure, like, your best friend isn't the person that's gonna harm you. Obviously, most likely, if you share too much information to said friend might get jealous of you. And you might not know, or might know. Like, bro, I'm telling you, the people that you probably like went to school with, out of like 100 people, there's always gonna be one student that's gonna end up maybe, I think it's out of 300, I don't know, maybe a bad person. Or is it out of 400? Like at least like 50 of them or something. Yeah. Like half of them end up not making their career, sadly. Half of them end up like being successful, and the other half, like there's different portions or something like that. I don't know. Other half is like gets to where they are, but like in a bad place of getting it or something. I don't know. It's just what I think personally. No like research on it or anything. This is just what I think. But I could be wrong. End game.
car. And after only 2 days in jail, he was assaulted by 4 men in that prison. And instead of reporting this crime, he decided to kill all 4 of these men with a makeshift knife. These murders were deemed self-defense, but it still added 2 years onto his prison sentence. And it wasn't until 1978 when he was a free man once again and decided to begin killing innocent people. From 1978 to 1980, Pedro himself confirmed that he killed over 100 girls. And these girls were primarily street children that came from indigenous tribes, meaning that they were largely unverifiable. And it was that fact alone that allowed him to get away with such heinous acts for so long. It's insane to just think that somebody was able to kill over 100 people in only a 2
Yeah, that was his
I lost a lot of weight recently, and none of my clothes fit right anymore.
Stupid
but my
ad.
Stitch Fix stylist, Stephanie, she nailed
span. That is on average.
If you guys remember, I literally said it's either a hobby. Basically, it drives them insane to make it quote unquote a hobby, so they can get that thought out of their head, or they can literally. Was a pure example of what I said. I was correct. I mean, this is why I'm gonna get
a murder per week consistently for years. Now, here's the deal. At this point, you might be asking yourself, obviously there's no way that this man is on the loose today if we know who he is, and there is reports of him being in, well, at least the zeitgeist of authorities, but that is unfortunately where things take a turn. You see, early on in Pedro's killing spree, he was active in Peru, and he was actually captured by a Peruvian tribe when he was trying to steal a child. The local tribesmen literally tried to kill Pedro by burying him in sand, pouring syrup on his face, and allowing ants to get at him. But an American missionary convinced the tribe that instead of murdering Pedro, they should allow the American missionary to take him to the police. And reluctantly, they agreed. But unfortunately, this missionary took Pedro to the authorities, and the authorities did not detain Lopez. They simply banned him from the country. And after Pedro was banned banned from
That's
Peru and
crazy.
continued his killing spree in Ecuador. And it wasn't long until Pedro was once again caught trying to steal a child from a village. But this time, the people were able to detain him until police arrived. And once police arrived, he was this time actually arrested. And during his interrogation, he began to talk. As I stated earlier, during this interrogation, Pedro admitted to
He
killing
kind of
over
looks like
800 girls.
you
But at
see.
first, the police simply didn't believe him.
Let me show you guys. I don't mean to be rude.
Actually arrested, and during his interrogation, he began to talk. As I stated earlier,
Tell me these eyes are normal. And it's not all, it's because he's cross-eyed or you're rude. No, no, no. It's like you could tell the difference because of the pupil dilation. And that's a very thing. That's a very thing. It's just like cross-eyed. Everybody gets cross-eyed sometimes. Like, come on now. But it's the pupil. Like, see how it's more brown around here, and then it's more like it could be lighting, but it's more like boom, and it's like specifically this little dot, and then this dot is like this. It's more out on this side, and it's more in on this side. Like crazy
during
eyes.
this interrogation, Pedro admitted to killing over 100 girls, but at first the police simply didn't believe him. That was until Pedro was able to bring the authorities to the remains of 53 of his victims. When at that point, the police obviously believed that they had a true insane monster in their hands. It's even stated that Pedro tried his best to take the innocence of as many children as possible because he said that the same thing happened to him as a boy, which only further shows the depravity of this insane individual. Even though when
Perfect right there.
Pedro
If you guys seen
admitted
it.
to the murder of at least 350 girls, during his trial, Pedro was only charged with the murder of 57 and found guilty for the murder of 3, which I have no idea how you can literally say you killed someone, take the police to their bodies, and not be convicted. But regardless, for these 3 murders he was found guilty of, he served a 16-year prison sentence, which was the maximum at the time, which is mind-blowing in my opinion. And from 1980 to 1994, Pedro was obviously in prison. Now, if you're asking yourself, wait, that's not 16 years, that's 14 years. You're right. He was actually let out of jail 2 years early, which only further
On good
boggles my
behavior.
mind. And then immediately after his release in 1994, he was committed to a mental hospital where he stayed from 1994 till 1998. Now, in case everything I'd mentioned was just truly not disturbing and disgusting and upsetting enough, things are about to get a lot worse. Because in 1998, Pedro was officially released from the mental hospital, and as of 1999, Pedro has officially disappeared and has not been spotted anywhere by anyone. And although, legally speaking, Pedro did serve his time and was no longer a fugitive, the fact that he's out of prison blows my mind. But the fact that he was let out of prison and was not tracked or followed or anything blows my mind even further. But the reality of the situation is this. Pedro Lopez, a man who self-confessed killed over 350 young girls in a 2-year span, nearly 1 murder every other day, was only found guilty on 3 counts of murder, and for the last 26 years has been completely off the grid, and his whereabouts are, well, unknown. I don't know about you, but if somebody goes on a mass killing spree of children with the sole goal of taking their innocence, I don't think anything is going to stop them, which is why it's an undeniable fact that Pedro Lopez is on the loose to this day. But it's also my personal opinion that he's likely active, even though he is currently 77 years old. If you're a big true crime fan, then shady or shoddy police work is definitely not something that you're unaware of. But in my opinion, this case is one of the most
I think he's gone. I don't think he's
resulting in one of the most disgusting serial killers in modern history to be served the equivalent of a slap on the wrist. And I guess speaking of
I think by like 60 something he would have been gone.
I think this is a good point to transition from killers that are just on the loose to killers that are very likely active right now. Before we move on to this more or less speed round of potentially currently active killers, I did just want to say that there was a lot more entries I wanted to put on this list. But as you saw in the first few sections, I went into way more detail than I initially planned on. Regardless, the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot more on the loose, uncaught killers that I could discuss. So if you do want a part 3, leave a like on this video or comment part 3 to let me know that you would like me to continue this series. It's not a secret that YouTube does not love this sort of content, but if you guys genuinely want it, I will continue to make it. And if you haven't yet,
YouTube doesn't like.
We're currently on the road to 2 million subscribers.
2 million.
The Buffalo Bayou Killer. I think that this entry is one that a lot of people have been waiting for, and honestly, I was excited to cover it, so let's just dive right into it. In 2025 alone, over 24 bodies have been discovered in bayous
I remember
across
this.
Houston. Notably,
I remember
a large
this.
number of these bodies have been discovered in the Buffalo Bayou specifically. Now, with so many bodies turning up in mysterious places in mysterious ways, it's not unwise to potentially question whether or not there is foul play at play. And it's this thought process that has led to multiple conspiracy theories and the entire idea of a Buffalo Bayou killer.
I have a theory. They're killing them in the bushes and putting them out, pushing them out.
Candidly, I'm a bit torn on the situation,
And yeah.
primarily because there is such little information and this is all so fresh. Like I said in the first video, serial killing investigations are typically long, drawn out, and are not solved for decades, which is why I said previously that unsolved serial cases are more or less of a retrospective game, because you need so much time and evidence to truly connect all of the dots in a meaningful way. But with that being said, what do we know about the facts? Well, basically everything I said.
You hear about this? Yes.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. For those
I'm
who
pretty sure
love
we
family resorts,
some of us have and haven't.
and for those
But
who do not.
oh my god. Imagine getting married at a pool.
Bodies were found in bayous across Houston in 2025. People online think that there is a potential serial killer on the loose right now, and that is not necessarily a crazy idea. However, authorities, specifically Houston police, strongly dispute any claims that there are an active serial killer in Houston. The Houston police doubt there is a
Theory. It's one of the people in the freaking workforce.
serial killer simply because there is no typical pattern amongst these cases they've seen.
There is a pattern.
The demographics of the victims vary widely. The causes of death are not consistent whatsoever, with a good number of deaths being associated with drowning and drug toxicity and other non-violent means. And on top of this, the police recognize that there is still information that is not known, mainly because a lot of these deaths are still pending a final classification, basically meaning that the cause of death for these bodies that are found is still undetermined. When it comes to true crime stories, it's not necessarily uncommon to have police write off the possibility of there being a serial killer when the evidence is so overwhelming. But in this case, I think the police kind of have a point. Should they be outright denying the possibility of a serial killer? I don't think so. But at the same time, if all of these deaths were to be the result of a serial killer, this would definitely be a first, as the victims are not really connected in either way. They're young, old, men, women, everything in between. And as the police stated, the causes of death vary.
That's the whole
There's no
point.
obvious trauma to a lot of these bodies besides drowning. And I guess speaking about information, one of the families of the victims have publicly voiced their frustration with the Houston police specifically, saying that there has been a major lack of transparency and a huge delay in reporting, which to me is a major red flag. Not to even accuse the police whatsoever, but there has just been far too many cases I've covered on this channel and that have just happened generally where the police were obviously negligent and unwilling to accept fault, unfortunately, to a killer or criminal's benefit. But yeah, I wanted to discuss this one first and kind of get it out of the way because honestly, there's no real information and the authorities don't even believe there is a serial killer. It's more or less of an ongoing conspiracy. But because this is also new and fresh and, well, popular right now, I thought I would at least mention it. And if you have any sort of information or personal experience, feel free to drop it in the comments. Like I said, this is ongoing, so any information or opinions or insights is at least interesting at this stage. The Sleepy Hollow Killer. This entry is definitely less speculative than the Buffalo Bayou Killer we just discussed, although there is not a ton of information available, making it rather short. The Sleepy Hollow Killer refers to a series of serial killings that took place from the 1990s all the way up until 2007. These murders all took place in South Africa, and all of the victims were women, typically sex workers. The Sleepy Hollow murders began happening in the late 1990s, when several women were found assaulted and strangled to death with their own underwear, all within the same city, Kreamyspiritbunni. All of their bodies were found near the N3 highway, and with all of these shocking similarities, it put the possibility of a serial killer on the police's radar. And it was because of this revelation that in 2001, the authorities actually re-examined some of the victims' bodies to try to find more information. However, that pursuit was rather unfruitful, and for a while, it seemed like the Sleepy Hollow Killer was inactive and the cases had gone cold. That was until another string of murders took place in 2007, nearly a decade after the first group of murders. Between February and October of 2007, the bodies of 3 women were found near the N3 highway once again, and all of these victims had been assaulted and strangled in the same manner as the victims from the late 90s. One glaring and shocking difference from these 3 recent murders compared to the original murders were the fact that these 3 most recent victims were not only assaulted and killed, but also burned after their death. However, even with this one difference, the police still believe that the murderer is likely linked to the original murders that took place. However, now with numerous victims found, multiple crime scenes, and clear consistencies across the 13 to potentially more than 16 murders, there's still to this day absolutely no convictions and barely even any suspects. The only known suspect as of now was was a man who was arrested in 2008 for the murder of a woman that was unrelated. Upon further investigation, authorities on the case said that they believe this individual was not related to the Sleepy Hollow killer, although it is concerning that there's just so many people like this out there, at least seemingly. With that being said, as of now, there has been no more serial killings associated with the Sleepy Hollow killer. Although, due to the fact that all of these murders happened so recently, and there was even another resurgent a decade after the original murders, I would say there's a pretty likely chance that the Sleepy Hollow killer
another
is
cop
not
did
only
it.
on the loose,
That's
but
my
also
theory.
active to this very day, or at the very least dormant and planning their next attack. The Manchester Pusher. Diving directly back into the world of speculation, we have another serial killer that may not even be a serial killer, but I thought it was worth mentioning. The Manchester Pusher is a nickname that's been given to a theorized serial killer allegedly responsible for the deaths of numerous people by pushing them into the waterways of Greater Manchester. Similar to the Buffalo Bayou situation, people believe that there is a serial killer on the loose because there are simply too many people dying in the same way for this to be just a coincidence. However, the authorities, in this case the Greater Manchester Police, don't buy it and are actually, instead of trying to investigate the situation, trying to dispel this. The Manchester Police have even gone as far as saying that the Manchester Pusher is nothing more than an urban legend or a myth. And whether that is or isn't the case, let me give you the facts. People that believe that there is a Manchester Pusher claim that there almost has to be a person behind all of the drownings because of the sheer alarming number of deaths that have taken place in the Manchester canals since the early 2000s. Between 2008 and 2016 alone, 85 deaths were recorded in the canals, which is an extremely alarming statistic.
Yeah,
Although
don't let them fool them. It's
instantly
the
mean
police
there's a
themselves.
serial pusher going around. People that are proponents of the Manchester Pusher theory
Like,
believe that this potential killer intentionally targets intoxicated young individuals that are standing or hanging out near the canal, ideally when they are alone and away from their friends. At this point, when the Manchester Pusher is alone with his victim, all he needs to do is to simply push this intoxicated individual into the water and allow the rest to just look like a drunk person falling in the water and the death seeming accidental. That doesn't necessarily explain any sort of motive, although I don't think it's unrealistic for a serial killer to want to have a way to kill people that seems inconspicuous. Some serial killer experts who have analyzed the facts believe that it's not a serial killer simply because a serial killer wouldn't get their dark satisfaction from simply pushing somebody into the water. They would want to be more involved and in control, and that is believable. Although I don't think it fully neutralizes the possibility that there is just some sick and twisted individual who
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every done.
I'm getting back on track with
I like her hair.
fresh, never frozen meals prepared by chefs.
Where's my mouse? There it is.
That dark satisfaction from simply watching someone drown. And whether or not they drowned by accident or because they were intentionally pushed, we don't know the facts yet. Although it is important to note that both authorities and experts do believe that this isn't the actions of an intentional serial killer, but rather an unfortunate coincidence that has been exacerbated by the rise of bars opening on the canals. Now, to throw one wrench into the entire situation though, on April 10th of 2018, a 34-year-old cyclist was intentionally pushed into a canal by an unknown assailant. Not only was the cyclist intentionally pushed into the canal, but as the cyclist was trying to get out of the water, this person kept kicking them back into the water until this unknown pusher eventually ran away, which gave the cyclist time to get out of the water and catch their breath, although not enough time to catch the person who attempted to take their life. As far as we know right now, this is the only confirmed case of somebody intentionally pushing somebody into the canal for seemingly malicious reasons. But even with this very real situation, the police have gone out of their way to state that there is no evidence to suggest that this has anything to do with the other incidents associated with the Manchester Pusher. But once again, that doesn't mean that it's not a possibility. I wanted to put this one last because, like the Buffalo Bayou Killer, it's very speculative and very unconfirmed. But unlike the Buffalo Bayou Killer, this example is a bit more obscure, so hopefully it was still at least interesting. But with that being said, I want to make a really important and serious message. As interesting and educational as these videos are, it's important to note that every single thing I discussed in this video is real. It's not fantasy. These are real cases with real victims, with real people, with real friends, and real families with lives that are either destroyed or lost.
With real
Because
everything.
of that, I truly do try my best to be as respectful as possible when discussing these extremely horrific and unfortunate situations. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed this second part to my Killers on the Loose series, check out the video on screen right now. It's actually a playlist of every single serial killer video I've ever made. And in case you somehow missed the first part of the series, check it out. It's in that playlist, and I also linked it in the description for you. Oh, and like I said previously, if you want a part 3 to the series, just leave a like below, and I'll be sure to make it. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. And as always, trust me, bro.
Okay. Let's get out of the sad. Let's get out of the sad serial killer stuff and go to the happy stuff. So we're gonna not really sad or happy. We're just gonna find something that's more not, oh, he died it or she died it. I don't want to deal with it. We're just gonna do reactions to something normal, I guess. Okay, let me figure something out. What do people usually react to?
This video is a
This video is a sensitive topic.
This video is a censor.
Okay, we're gonna react to
This video is a censored re-upload. The
Oh
original
my
was restricted,
God.
which means many of you couldn't watch it, including those of you not signed into your account.
Oh my God.
Success story.
Oh my God.
Today we're helping Nye
Honestly,
find
one
out
thing
if
that's
her
been
It's
boyfriend
still-
would be willing to cheat on her with her own.
I'm gonna cry. I was trying to pick a video and I was like, oh my God, let me see if it works. And then it didn't work. So, yeah, that happened. I was like, oh, maybe you guys like reacting to, well, not reacting, but like, maybe one of those, oh, cheating, oh no, he cheated. But then I was like, I low-key didn't want to watch that. Cause, yeah, no. I do not want to do that. Oh wait, here we go, a Minecraft video. You guys okay with that? The thumbnail. Okay, yeah, we're gonna react to a Minecraft video. Because I didn't want to do like, oh, sad on sad on sad. We want something happy. At least. At least. Okay, extension. Villagers. Yes. Okay, let me see if some music, audio, whatever you want to call it, is correct. Microsoft. Can villagers survive 10,000? I don't know. There you go.
If you're new here, things have gotten a little rough for the channel because I decided to stop doing some good shit. But before you even watch, I already know you're gonna want to subscribe. So go ahead, click the button because this video is gonna be the worst piece of shit you ever. So listen, what do you normally do?
Subtitles,
when
subtitles.
things get rough? You sell your body. You know what I'm
My
saying?
God.
Sometimes you just gotta take one for the team to make sure that roof stays over your head. So in this Minecraft video, we're playing Minecraft, but I have to sell my body to at least 50 villagers before the world ends. And if I don't, then the world ends.
All right. So I'm pretty
Uh-uh.
sure.
I'm trying. I'm gonna have to make a video of this. This is hilarious. Hold on. Okay. That's hilarious. Thank you, thank you. You too, you too. Definitely gonna make a video out of this. Okay. Reacting to Can I Survive Selling, yeah, myself to a villager by Zeo? Is that correct? I don't know. I'm definitely making a video out of this. I cannot.
Things have gotten a little rough for the channel because I decided to stop doing some good shit. But before you even watch, I already know you're gonna want to subscribe. So go ahead, click the button because this video is gonna be the worst piece of shit you ever. So listen,
Subscribe.
What do you normally do?
Convince me to subscribe after this video.
You sell your body. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you just gotta take one for the team to make sure that roof stays over your head. So in this Minecraft video, we're playing Minecraft, but I have to sell my body to at least 50 villagers before the world ends. And if I don't, then the world ends.
It's crazy.
So I'm pretty sure I've already explained what's going on here. Of course I had to get dripped out in the correct attire, as we can see.
You know, this is the way that things need to be. I have a little test nuke over here just to see like how big the nuke is gonna be, and then I'm gonna start the timer. The good news is we got lucky. There's a village right over there, so that's gonna allow us to like get a little head start. But I'm just gonna run away. I'm gonna run pretty far away here. This nuke is called the little boy, right?
Oh.
You know, shout out Epstein. We got the little boy here. Here we go.
Not Epstein.
Okay, it's blowing. Let me back up a little bit because I can see it shaking. Y'all see it shaking? Okay, it might blow up soon. I'm gonna get back. It can't be that big. It's called the little boy because it's the smallest nuke.
Oh my gosh.
That's cool and all. The last nukes from a couple videos ago were kind of buns. You could play some footage from that if you want. But you know what? Let's get this started. Let's get this show on the road. I gotta seduce 50 villagers. If I can't seduce 50 villagers within under I need the stick too. The stick is crucial for this. If I can't seduce 50 villagers within under 1 hour, we lose.
I think he's gonna do it.
Set it on my phone. Clock strikes 12. Midnight.
Wives.
And sharpen your knives. There's a grand prize. Okay, 1 hour starting now. I don't know how I'm gonna do that in the editing, but you know, I probably
not a stick.
I don't have Ultimine. Anyways, I hope everyone's New Year's is going good. This is the day I'm recording it. It's 10:27 currently, and I'm selling my body to villagers. You know, so I'm making.
Bro, I wish I could make videos.
I mean, well, when you really think about it, I'm making.
I'm recording it, but I don't have any freaking videos.
You know, they're going outside. They're getting turned, and I would rather not get turned. No. All right, let's go to the village. Let's waste no time. We might as well go to the village and get all of these villagers. I'm oiled up. I get to, whoa. Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I got my shit on. I'm ready.
Oh.
We also got a gold block over here. Gold block. Pull up to the villagers and hit them with my gold. Call me Midas. They about to find out how Titus. You know what? Okay. So
is this like a mod?
You, sir, let me take my clothes off. Matter of fact, I don't know why I put them leggings on. Eyes wide open, we can see you in the dark when you're sleeping. I remember this happening before.
Oh.
Make your body fresh on. So listen, my boy.
Shit, you know how long it's been. You know how long it's been since I felt the touch of somebody.
Oh my lord.
Ooh.
The voice.
Ooh, your head is warm. It's warm and shiny.
Literally.
You know, something else is warm and shiny right now.
Let me go ahead, twerk it on you.
Literally laughing. I can't.
1 out of 50 villagers satisfied. Come on. That's not it though. That's not it though. We have to hit them with the stick and we get the slime balls. I didn't write down nothing. That's just what the villagers are saying. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take time out of my day to write down some freaky ass text. But this isn't a Gooner video, I promise. This is a challenge. Okay, we have 56 minutes remaining. Time is going by pretty damn fast. Where are the rest of the villagers? Was that the only dude? You. Okay. You've been waiting to use your hands? Okay, that's great. Wonderful. Okay. That's two villagers.
What?
Get up. I'm gonna hit him with the stick. I'm gonna twerk on him. And we're gone, bro. The didn't dash.
Wait, this is not actual. No.
The old way.
That's the whole kid.
Finance the ramp way.
Literally a whole kid. What the heck? I gotta add.
Nice.
For suck.
I didn't think about this. We could do it. But like, how does that make me look?
Heck no.
For the sake of the challenge. This is a free villager right here.
No.
Sure, it's not a grown villager, but maybe it's just one of them little people. You feel me? One of the
short
dude
one
from Lord of the Rings. It's one of them. You're not a child. Come here. Take that. Oh, I already gave myself to this villager. You did not have to tell me that, bro. Okay, so that's 4 out of 50 satisfied.
Lord.
Maybe 50 was too much. That's like 1 a minute. Hold on, I don't even think I can do that. Oh, shit. Bro, they got limp noses in the village. I done drained everybody of their emeralds. This is crazy. Who just howled?
That's what I was about to say. I thought that was in game or in real life.
Maybe my inner wolf was coming out. Maybe, oh my god, it's another child, bro.
No.
I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
ridiculous.
man, that is terrible. I'm so sorry. That is sick. No, I don't want to see what you got as hard as them emeralds. I'm good on that. It's fine. It's just a game. It's just pixels at the end of the day, right, y'all? It's just pixels. You say my digital
I don't
footprint
know.
like I'm doing bad things. I'm not. I'm just
It'd be
doing
funny
what
if
I
you could
gotta
do
to
this
pay the
to
bills.
skeleton.
Honestly, I'm doing good things because this is
Zombie
shiny.
villagers?
No,
Do they count?
Never mind.
I mean,
Let me
I
just
would
stop
look
talking.
for it if they
I
count
think that would be the best bet.
for the
Okay, right,
challenge.
so I could give the villagers. Did I get both of y'all? Fuck! Uh-oh. We gotta go out the back door. I'm experienced with that. Matter of fact, forget it.
Oh,
Move
no.
over, scoot over. Oh, we're about to die, bro. Boots on. Why did I just place? How did I get a obsidian? Oh, the chest. All right, yeah, I'm bugging. I'm bugging big time.
Yeah, you're cooked.
We got 5 emeralds, so we did
Bro,
5
my
villages.
associate.
Is that how many
What
villagers
are you
are in
doing?
each village? We can't even sleep
Okay.
tonight because we currently
This
have
is-
only
this
50
is
villagers
hilarious.
remaining. I'm not gonna make it, bro. Yo, so I was doing some research, right?
Yeah.
And I heard they made
What'd you hear?
Judy Hopps in the new Zootopia movie thicker.
Oh.
Now, I haven't gone and saw the movie.
Please, no.
That's not something I've done. But some of you watching this video have.
Please, no.
And
I
for
don't wanna
research
see.
purposes, asking for a friend. I'm not on that freak shit.
No.
Did they really do that? Because I feel like if they did, then of course that's weird, you know. But at the
Why
same
is he so
time,
invested in this?
that is a business move.
That's
Because they know that there's a lot of people out here going
that are
wild and
weird.
wild, and
Right.
trying to get Judy Hopps to hop on it.
Exactly. I don't see how though.
Is his name Nick Wild? I don't even know, bro. But you know, I'm just wondering. I feel like a succubus. I'm dead ass running. I'm running through the night.
That's
with
what
nothing but
we'll
some
see
buttons
is
on. I'm
my
running.
character.
I'm butt ass naked, running through the grass with nothing but some Timbs on in the middle of the night with a pink shirt, a pink bikini, and a pink thong, looking for villagers to seduce before my time runs out. Like this is a succubus. Is this not what they be doing? Except the only difference is they have super speed and like they can smell like they can smell it from miles away. They can really smell like, I don't know, like how drippy a villager's nose is, and if it needs if it needs correcting. Can't they do that? I don't know, bro. Forget it. Don't even ask me. So I can use my map as help. Yo, this is not going as planned. I don't have time to make a base. I really don't have time to mine either.
I would
You know,
say
I'm
in this
thinking I'm gonna get
scenario,
most of my stuff from the villagers. The
yeah,
script
just
was
keep running.
Supposed to be like randomized 1 to 10 emeralds, but yeah, I've been having too many issues with it. Oh, I see lights. Oh,
I
yeah,
see
I'm about to
lights.
stroke some noses tonight.
Go into the light.
I never believed
Oh my God,
ready
these
to eat meals
ads.
could be healthy until Factor. Trust me, Factor isn't your average ready-to-eat meal service. It's made performance food easy for me. I get up to 50 grams
Where's
of
my
protein per meal,
mouse?
plenty
My
of fiber,
cursor.
all without overdoing it on carbs.
Cursor's gonna be hidden. They need to fix
And in
that.
those candy shops, I don't know why. You know, normally you would
Candy?
find shit like this at Spencer's, you know, where they got the giant dragon shits.
Oh yeah.
In the Moby Huges.
I
But
want those.
We went to
Joking.
this candy store. I think it was called like It's Sugar or something, sugar free. So sugar, give me some sugar, something, bro. And it was a pink candy bikini, and we were in the suburbs. I don't see anyone I can back it up on. This is not looking good. We were in the suburbs. We got that candy bikini. Hold on. I'm not rubbing shit on your eyebrows, bro. My shit is flaccid. Come on, bro. You need to get going. I can't. You're too close to the other villager. Move. Get a move on, bro. I need to seduce you too.
Oh my God.
You need to. Yeah, there you go. Where was I at? Warrior love milk chocolate. Leave me alone, bro. So anyways, so basically the dare was if you lost, you would have to run down the block in the suburbs. You would have to run down the street. So in the middle of the night, no, not really in the middle of the night, but like near night, black dude in the suburbs running in the middle of the night, in the middle of winter, by the way, in a candy bikini. Toes was out too. He had no socks on.
Oh my.
That's crazy. We've got, I think, 44 minutes. Okay, yeah, 45 minutes left on the timer, and we've got 10 villagers satisfied.
I can't believe that.
So it's looking
That's
good.
hilarious. I'm crying.
Let me think. Let me use
That's
my brain.
hilarious.
Let me back it up on your back. Oh, my fault. This is crazy, dude. I'm gonna look back on this and I'm gonna be all like, that was me. And that's the way I still am today when I'm like 50 years old. I hope my kids never see this. Maybe this is how OF models feel. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive, dude. Let me get a good sniff for later. Matter of fact, here, go ahead, bro. I ain't wiping like 3 years. Where you at? Go ahead. Let me do a glute spread. Oh damn, he wrote the smell down, bro. The smell was so good he had to write a book. The perfume of Badusi.
Literally.
I be losing myself sometimes. I get a little lost in the sauce. That's fine. 67,000 and 676.
Bro, this YouTuber is funny.
Look at these crabs.
They're so cute.
No, not the oysters. What are them things? Barnacles.
Okay. Barnacles.
SpongeBob
Big Guy Pencil K.
Dude, I literally, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, dude. I made a whole Ice Spice video. I was playing Minecraft and the title was supposed to be Minecraft, but I hate Ice Spice, and I thought it was just too negative. I was talking about how I was so pissed that SpongeBob has gone this direction and hired somebody like Ice Spice to be in the next movie. It was a terrible thing for children. The content I'm making is not the best for children, but you know what I'm saying. YouTube is up their safety features quite a bit, so not many children are watching this video, if any.
I hope not,
because their AI or whatever it is that they do can determine if your account is being used by somebody over the age of 18. So that's perfect, right? I feel like in every video I have to add a disclaimer that I'm not a bad person, you know? I think that's another village! Yeah!
Yes.
Hold on, this
SpongeBob
is
Big Guy Pencil K.
Okay, we're not gonna swim all that way. We gotta make a boat. We gotta make a boat. Yo, quick question, gang. When you get in the water, does it float? Does it float above the water, or does it sink down?
You can't see that.
What am I talking about? I'm talking about your body. Because, you know, my body,
I thought he was talking about
I have a hard time staying afloat, so I can
you
really
know,
swim,
never mind.
but underwater. I know how to swim really
Villager
good
knows,
but, you know, if I have
as
to
he calls it.
I'm bugging. 13 villagers satisfied. You next. Oh, both of y'all. Let me get both of y'all. Yeah, scoot out the way. Scoot out the way. There you go. Oh, 2 for 1 deal. That's a combo right there. Come on, bro. I gotta hit you. Go ahead, run. Go ahead, run. I love it when they run. This is really how y'all gotta start doing it, bro. Sidewalk queens, if you watching this video, you just gotta start hitting dudes. If they don't want it. If they don't want to give you just start swinging. I'm a terrible person. I'm not even gonna lie. I can't even make this shit up now.
Yeah, just do whatever you said.
It's fine, I can redeem myself. What y'all know about God?
Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Viewer aggression advised. Light skin.
Yo, we
I'm dying.
We might actually do it. Oh, how much storage space do I got?
The switch to Minecraft is crazy. Yeah, I'm reacting.
This is the perfect 5-minute break whenever I need it, and sometimes I really need it.
Sorry, hi.
Skip.
I might just wait until the steam machine comes out, bro.
Oh, excuse you, sir.
You can put panels on it. That's kind of sad, bro. I have this extremely large computer case with 2 ginormous fans on it.
Right.
And like hella components in that.
Yeah.
And my computer is so outdated that they can put a whole bunch of stuff better than everything in my computer.
Yeah, and it won't run.
And something not even a quarter of the size. It's depressing. And then I got some old. Oh man.
I thought you were gonna say I won't run.
Did they know I was coming? You love the way it sounds. Yeah, I be practicing sometimes, like in the shower for real. Y'all ever be checking yourself out in the mirror? No, but real stuff, bro. Oh yeah, you can get.
What's he talking about?
Go on, yeah, zoom in on that monocle. Go ahead.
I mean, like,
500 times
fixing your hair?
with the triple glass. I need you to angle
I
that
think he
shit
means
so
by,
your
like, fixing your
monocle is,
hair.
like,
Or this,
directly
I
hitting
don't
my
know, this
buns.
video is kind of
And
weird.
so I feel a little bit of the warmth from the sun because of the glass on it. It's like one of the magnifying glasses type shit. As
Type.
Patrick the star
Yeah.
says, the inner machinations of my mind aren't in the ooh, I was
Bars?
about to let it out. I was about to let out some reparations for a second there. Y'all have never heard me say the N-word in one of my videos because I do not believe in that word. I feel like it's something that is going to continuously separate everybody. You know, some of the dumbest shit that I've heard is it's just a word. A lot of people are trying to justify the dumb shit that they're doing by saying it's just a word. When they say like a slur or something, oh no, it's just a word. Why are you so upset?
No.
Why does this affect you? It's just a word. Of course, you know, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah,
you know, you
actions
can
speak
walk up to
louder than
somebody and call them a
words.
slur and keep walking. And I mean, I guess it could ruin a day or like, you know, have
Right.
somebody confused. Or you could walk up to, or you could walk up to somebody and just start swinging.
Right.
You know, and then they're more than just confused.
They're
unconscious.
injured.
And I think one of those is a lot.
Bro, it's funny.
A lot more important than the other. But at the end of the day,
yeah,
you know, words have meaning.
Yeah, words have meaning.
But all words have meaning.
Exactly.
All words stand
for
something.
Okay. For example, let me yap. For example, somebody can literally view me relationship, right? And then they say the word "I love you," like the word "love" or whatever, and then that word has meaning. Yes. Okay. So as a person of color, yeah, saying that word is definitely no. You see? Oh, it's just a word, right? But say you love somebody when you're not in a relationship to them. Come on now. It's just a word, right? It's not cheating, right? All right. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
When you're looking for a job and you want to get hired, you know, when you look back on the website and you check it and see if you're hired or not, it's gonna tell you if you're hired or if you're fired.
Exactly.
That's just a word too.
Perfect. That's perfect. Hold on. Loki. Yeah. And bars. It's just a word though, right? Don't be mad because you're unemployed. Job. Oh wait, you guys are offended to that word. Oh wait, it's just a word, guys.
Words have meaning.
Eat them up.
Words. This is literally how we communicate.
It's just a word.
That's why I think
it's just a word.
What do you mean it's just a word? Oh no, it's just a slur. Donnie, why are you so pressed? Bro.
Y'all scared of the word job.
Sit up here and tell
Y'all
me
scared
that if
of
somebody
triggers,
calls you
quote
dumb,
unquote, but
you
the
wouldn't
minute
ask
it's a
them why
slur,
you're
y'all
dumb.
get upset. It'd be
if
like, oh,
somebody
it's just a
said,
word.
Do you like crusted Pop-Tarts or uncrusted Pop-Tarts more? You're telling me you would sit up here and be like, bro, why are you using words?
Exactly.
They're just words.
Y'all would be mad about that.
They're how sentences are constructed. This is
exactly.
It's stupid. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. I'm just thinking of
yeah,
shit
I
to talk
agreed.
about while I run around like a dumbass in a pink bikini in the middle of the night with a stick and some iron pickaxes.
Bro.
I should have made it.
That's funny.
Because that's truly what I am.
Oh.
Bonnie Black in the making.
Bonnie Black in the making is crazy.
Wait a minute. Oof. I feel like.
Bro, it's so funny.
Bro.
Oh, don't die.
I want to pause the game, but I know some of the people out there is gonna have a brain connection with what I was just about to say there. I didn't finish my sentence. It didn't come out of my mouth. But based off of what I just said,
he was gonna
I want you to think about what my next words are gonna be. I'm gonna ask a question.
Okay.
And it has to do with
Cat luckin'.
I'm gonna ask a question.
Luckin'.
Just think about it. Let's see if we're on the same wavelength.
Okay.
My question was gonna be, has a man ever done that challenge? Can a man do that challenge?
Exactly.
The 1,000 meat. You know how she did the 1,000 meat
yeah.
challenge?
What if it's 1,000 pancakes?
Do the 1,000 roast beef challenge?
Exactly.
Is that something that can happen? I nominate Johnny Sins for the 1,000 meat challenge. I've never seen a Johnny Sins video in my life, bro. Isn't that crazy? Like how he became all like famous and shit.
Yeah, how did he become famous,
Like,
guys?
I've never seen
Roast
this
beef.
dude. Oh, no, I'm lying. The only time I've ever seen, and this is honest, bro, the only time I've ever seen Johnny Sins in a video or something, apart from, like, you know, his normal, like, rare occurrences and pop-ups, is when he tried to play Fortnite, and the shit was running at 2 frames per second.
Wasn't that like a
remember
clip
that?
somewhere?
That was hilarious, bro.
Bro,
I remember watching
he
that in
tried to
school,
do
bro.
that.
Oh, that was funny.
Crazy.
That was hilarious. Anyways, we've hit our next village. We've got 31 minutes on the timer remaining.
How to become a
So
mature
that's, 4
audience.
villages, 5 villages
This
so
guy.
far. It's like I'm Santa Claus. I'm just busting through your door and just laying it down on you, bro.
Like ho ho ho.
I get out of here. I need to diddle your kid.
Pause. What the heck? Can I skip ad?
I need to diddle the shorter person that lives in your humble abode, dude.
What?
Alright.
About to get unsubscribed.
Brown is actually insane. When did I write that? It's so crazy. We're really thinking about it. Like, the change, the complete turnaround from the one video I made talking about the state of the world to what I'm doing now is a little insane.
That's
bro.
literally how I be talking, guys. I literally be like, 1 minute.
That nobody's
Oh
done on
yeah, the world
Minecraft
sucks.
before.
The next
Can
minute
you
it's.
name, I want y'all to name one other YouTuber on the platform that has had a similar idea where they walk around in a pink thong. Okay, hold on. We might have our first boss fight. Somebody fighting back. He couldn't take the meat.
Guys, I'm not
We
playing
can find
Minecraft,
all
by
of
the
them
way.
on
This is
action.
a reaction video.
Never mind, bro. What was I saying? Running around in a pink thong, going to village, twerking on villagers to try to hit 50 emeralds and selling their bodies so that they can pay rent.
Bars.
Who else do you know out here has that? Bro, I'm actually speed running, bro. I'm really hitting the nut and go. Shout out Nutella. Hold on, no, I'm not sponsored. All I am gonna say
I'm
is
not
like,
sponsored.
oh my god, I almost died. Oh, that was it's getting a little freaky. No, wait, it's been freaky. No, this is not a Gooner video. This is just a video on the struggles of a single father.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure the lights stay on for their children. Yes. These are the struggles. This is deeper. This is really deeper than
Owl.
Jump scare. This is really deeper than it seems.
Okay, jump in the water.
This is not a Gooner video.
Yeah, just go across.
I'm gonna just be quiet for a little bit.
Okay.
While the sun comes up, matter of fact.
Oh,
so
that's
we can enjoy
pretty. Bro is so good. What should be a jump scare? La da dee la da da do. Do 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 do. Heck yeah. Bro, his shaders.
Oh wait, I'm wasting time. Whoops. Okay, we got 27 minutes. I think
My
we're almost to
piece.
the goal. We just need to find at least 2 more villages. We got this. If I got like a speed potion
It's
or
so
like a
funny.
carrot on a stick, no, but I don't have a saddle. I don't know why Minecraft has it to where you can't make saddles and name tags. That's update that should be a thing. Why do I have
Right.
to find a dungeon to make a saddle? Ooh, the desert. Do I want to go into the desert? We might. It's
I thought you
dry,
could still
though.
fish,
But
like
that's
fish
good
them.
because everybody in
But
the
it's like
desert
a
be
percent.
hella dry. I can come in there
They be
completely
looking like
oiled
that.
up
Crazy.
and really just revitalize and rejuvenate and just fill
Rejuvenate,
up
yes.
everybody pores with like that moisture because I'm just like that.
Yeah.
It's like when the desert finally experiences rain. I'm coming. Yes, it's that chocolate rain. That's what it is.
Exact. Oh
I'm
no.
I'm about to lay down that chocolate rain. They can't wait. I know they can't wait. Hold on, bro. I'm the savior. Ooh, I think that's a
Exactly.
village right over there. Mhm. It's ready, bro. My chocolate is melting, bro. I'm salivating. That's not how you say it. I'm salidating. I'm salidating. Some of y'all big backs out there need to do that. Salidate. For real. I think that's an actual word though. Salidate. I just haven't heard it in a long time. Okay, let me get the stick out. Villagers. Is everybody dead? Nobody.
Oh no.
Are we dead ass? So you're telling me? Oh no, wait. They all over here. They all over here. That's perfect. You.
After all that time.
Come on.
Wait, did he make this one?
Slide in, slide out at this point, bro. Overused. It is what it is, bro. It still does the job. I'm sorry. Y'all think this is like the... This was like the freakiest non-freaky video of the channel. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. I'm definitely gonna have to pick some and then react later.
Even the camel, matter of fact. I don't like looking at myself, bro. I gotta make sure I don't think too hard about what it is that I'm doing for this video,
Not the camel.
Because then I'll start spiraling.
Bro would go for the dog and say, look at a dog and like, bro
it's like
would...
when you go in for a physical and your old ass doctor gotta do a checkup on your dingaling.
See, he's stuttering too, so y'all can't even get mad at me.
Cold fingers. And why they always be using 2 fingers? Like if you
right.
open your hand and you look at it, right? And
right.
You close the pinky, you close the thumb, and you close the ring finger, and you
right.
connect the middle finger and the pointer finger. That's how they be touching it, and they put it to like each side. They hit each side, and they're really, and you can feel the code. Like you can feel it just really contract. Ain't that crazy?
Ew.
I just be saying whatever comes to my mind. You know, the amount of things that I cut out of these videos, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. But you know what?
I want to know.
I'm gonna promise myself in this video that I'm not cutting out a lot.
Okay.
And like I said, this is why I'm extremely afraid to stream, because am I gonna get banned?
Yeah.
What can I and can't I say? A lot more well behaved. Oh, dude, if I get a sponsored stream, dude. What's going on, guys? Welcome to this stream. Today we're gonna be coloring in coloring books. That's exactly how this shit's gonna go. If I get a sponsored stream, because I know that with that sponsor money, I'm gonna be able to help people that need it. Wealthy people out here spending tens of thousands of dollars on a countertop,
literally,
on an island,
literally,
because they like the way it looks.
Exactly.
Are we dead ass on a painting, bro? Are we so serious? Like somebody literally just like had diarrhea on a painting, and then
they buy
a
it
little bit on the side, and then like ran their finger through the poop. Did a couple of scribbles,
literally
framed it, and called it contemporary modern art. I mean, art is art, but at the same, it gets to a point. Like I be seeing hella squiggles on some of these portraits, hella squiggles, and I'm like, damn, you know, to each their own. I mean, everybody has a taste for everything. That's why y'all are watching my content instead of like Mr. Beast's. I really am talking too much. I really be talking too much. I think that's another village. I think we might actually at the time. We got 17 minutes left.
Gross, buddy. I completely understand. I'd be doing the same thing.
Thank you for calling me what I am.
That's why I want to be a very successful.
Satisfied you've been diddled. Give me that. Thanks for that. I've been dying to use my hands.
What?
Oh yeah, because the hands are connected. That's right. That's what that means. I've already gave myself to that villager. Sorry, my friend. You know, I'll give you some time to collect yourself. How many? That wasn't a lot of villagers. Yeah,
that was like
only
2.
Like 4 to 5 villagers.
No, real.
Shit, maybe like 6 to... This is the realest thing I'm gonna say the entire video.
It's gonna be the whole video.
The realest thing I'm gonna say, so listen close.
Okay.
I have recorded over 1,000 videos before I started doing the Gooner shit. If you were in my shoes, what would you have done?
What?
And that's it. I'm gonna be dead ass too. Like if I beat the challenge, I'm not blowing the nuke up. Most YouTubers would blow it up. Just to, you know what I'm saying? Just to it defeats the purpose, does it not? Hold on. Come on. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm apologizing to my Minecraft character. You know, dude has done great things. I used to build beautiful gardens and mega mansions.
Oh my god. Please tell me that cat ran faster.
The deepest, darkest
He did
horrors,
something
and
to
now
the
he's just out
camel,
here
and I just
running
hope
through
the
grass,
cat's fine.
selling his body. Because I want him to. If I ever get put into the game, I'm probably just gonna get hunted down. If the real me is ever put into the game with my counterpart, I'm gonna get hunted down. Am I safe?
We're gonna have a bounty.
Okay, that was close. That was close. We edged. We were on the edge there. You see, I'm using all of these terms.
Yeah,
I'm just
I was
like
about
that.
to say that.
I'm connected to the Gooner Hive mind.
Because you are.
But the thing is, I could disconnect whenever I want to. Some of y'all can't disconnect. Y'all don't know
Yeah,
when to disconnect.
some of y'all
and
can't
some of
disconnect.
Y'all really got to get that sorted out. And
What
I
he
feel
said.
like a way to like establish that disconnect is number one, of course, to stop the gooning, and number two, to really just talk to people. One thing you're gonna learn.
For how long is this? I was about to say, how long is this video? Like 70 hours?
You shouldn't be afraid. You shouldn't be anxious about anything.
Okay.
You know, when it comes to talking to somebody or making friends or
agreed.
Being accepted.
Okay, agreed.
Somebody who is not your.
Because like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I really was kind of nervous about streaming today. I didn't feel like it because I'm so used to like my old living space long time ago. I wanted to make content but couldn't due to my situation and basically that PTSD or whatever now like kind of haunts me, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, what if they think this or others think that because roommates or whatever, right? No offense or anything. I love how I am now and how it's healthy here, and like my mindset now is just like better. And yeah, basically, don't be afraid to do it. If you want to stream, you can do it. I believe in you. But yeah.
Yourself. You shouldn't be afraid of that because we're all human and we
literally
all have the desire for company or to be around people, or if we're not around people, to at least do something for people and share that with other people.
Exactly.
Nobody just randomly, I mean, unless you're like ignorant and stupid, sees somebody
and then just
establishes an opinion on the way that
exactly
they are just by seeing them. I mean, unless like
they just
your image is very, it's very obvious,
very out of place or something.
You know, like if you saw me in a pink thong running outside, you would think that I'm a Max Prestige leaner, and I would agree.
I would.
I mean, it's safe to make that assumption. But
there's in that candy cane, that candy bikini mentioned earlier.
You know, everyone wants to be accepted in society because nobody wants to be like just banished away to the shadow realms. You gotta stop thinking about what could happen when it hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Stop thinking about the bad things that can come from a situation, the bad things that can come from you being brave
and it's difficult
and start
because
thinking about
exactly
the experience you have.
It's difficult for some people, sadly.
Stop thinking about the future. The future does not exist. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Shit, this could all be a simulation, and
the AI
lizard people could really just flick the light whenever they want to.
Exactly, it's AI. Like how
I'm having trouble.
How me and my friend was just like making jokes on things and saying, "Oh, it's an AI baby." Like they're gonna have AI babies in the future, and now there's a freaking meme about AI babies. So we just like literally opened Instagram the next day. It was just like, wow, AI babies.
Dude, you spent days rehearsing. You know, you read your lines a million times. Countless times stressing about it, not going to sleep. The worst, you think about the worst case scenario, you're already doing something bad.
Exactly.
But I mean, really, the worst case scenario.
Your worst case scenario is not taking care of yourself.
It doesn't matter because a lot of people understand, and a lot of people are mature enough to understand that everyone wants everything to work out for everyone correctly.
Exactly.
So if you do anything bad, I said doo-doo, that's hilarious. I know.
Doo-doo.
But if you do anything bad, or if you mess up, people are going to be understanding. People are going to be supportive.
Exactly.
You know, the only one who's really gonna make fun of you is yourself most of the time. Because there are some people out there, I'm not gonna lie, but nobody likes them. The main reason why they're laughing at other people's failures is because they failed themselves and then they gave up. And now they feel entitled, and they feel like, I deserve this and I deserve that. And what happened to me should happen to everybody else. And they want to take all their anger out and all of their feelings out on you when you mess up, to try to continue to keep this chain of negativity so that they don't feel alone within their failure.
Okay. Also, for some advice from me, my New Year resolution was to basically make progress on my whole life, from literally health-wise to literally streaming-wise. I know, like right now I'm sleepy, but did I take a nap today? No. Why? Because my friend is coming home soon, from societal duties, and I wanted to stay up until like literally take a nap, because I don't like literally whatever. Besides the point, excuse me. Besides the point. Regardless, last year I felt very negative. I felt useless. I felt this. I felt that. Right? Everybody feels that, but I've also am a person who loves writing poems, and I used to write poems when I was like little. So I'm also tapping into my inner, like, if you guys believe in that, inner childness or whatever. I'm basically going into those previous things that I used to like, and previous things that I loved and doing now. Even if it's kind of hard to talk about it. Even if my past experiences was PTSD and dealt with certain things due to like a lot. I couldn't even tell a freaking therapist at the time because of like personal matters, and yeah, but anyhow, long story short is, don't let those negative things affect who you are today, even if it was a few days ago, a few hours ago, whatever. Just try to move forward, because the only thing you can do is move forward. Even if, like, for instance, today I kind of woke up, I kind of didn't have everything as planned correctly. When I had it planned, it was, yes, I had it planned. But then, long story short, it didn't, like, end up exactly how I wanted. So I was kind of, like, cranky, angry, whatever you want to call it. But I kind of just tried brushing it off. I was kind of still timid, if that's a word, if I'm using that correctly, even. But at the end of the day, things can be changed, and you can change it by literally moving forward. You don't have to sit up there angry. You don't have to sit up there sad. You don't have to sit up there like always, It's not easy to do it. It's very more of a chore. In a way, nothing you want is going to be easy. It's going to feel like a chore at first. Like your first probably month, maybe even a year in, is going to feel like a chore. But at the end of the day, it's going to feel like, yes, I made it. And I finally did it. And that's the good part about it. And hopefully you guys can agree or whatever, but most people's failures happens within themselves. Most, not all. Some, I would say. Well, I like that. I like that word more. Some people's failures happen within themselves, and you're gonna take care of yourself to end up in the successful route or in the healthy route or whatever you want to be in. Another thing is, don't believe everything you see on social media. That can also help with some of your goals out there for some people. I'm not a person who has 10 million followers or anything. As you guys can see, I literally don't have anybody watching my stream. Literally from Twitch all the way to freaking YouTube. Probably zero views. But I do appreciate little small things. People stopping in for a minute, people stopping in for 2 seconds, literally from literally an hour on or whatever. I appreciate everybody. And that's just me. Even if I can't make this into a full video, I still try. Trying doesn't hurt anything or anybody for me personally. All just depends on me. So maybe after this video I'm gonna get some rest though. Because I am yawning more than usual.
That's what it is.
But
a lot of the time
my
when
opinion.
somebody talks shit about you, it stems from jealousy. It
Literally.
stems from envy. It stems from
Literally.
them one.
Like I said, it's all within yourself. It's not just others. So like freaking some people's like problems. Like he said, like people would be like, "Oh, you suck, you suck, you suck," right? Mine literally. This is what I'm gonna tell you. For other people who have ever experienced or felt like they should just give up, let me tell you something. My art, everything from freaking VTuber model and freaking animations, all freaking emotes, whatever, all made by me, personally, would never have happened if my own family member didn't say, "Oh, what is that? Oh, what are you drawing? Oh, you suck at it." Blah 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 blah, making fun of me. "Oh, is this your friend? Oh, or is this your?" Because I always got picked on when I was little. "Oh, is that your crush? You drew. You're so stupid. Da 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 da. Oh, it looks like this. It looks like that. It looks like this." And now, apparently, when well, not now, but like when I was like in high school or whatever, they would sit up there, "Oh, you're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it," because they would have freaking their coworkers actually see my progress and actually see my freaking work and be like, "Oh, that's good." So then they're like, "Oh wait, she can actually make money from this. So maybe we should lift her up." And now, once I become successful, I'm not gonna sit up there and drop them. Obviously, I'm gonna let them all know what they did. They're gonna have to earn it, like how I had to earn my own courage, my own freaking progress, my own everything. They're gonna have to earn it. It's like they have to earn it, pretty much. Like anybody else. You have to earn somebody's trust. And that's just how life is, you know? But that's just my opinion.
To be you.
People sometimes envy others, and that's how it happens.
Like, what's wrong with my head? Matter of fact, I'm supposed to be selling my body, but I'm over here I'm giving out motivational advice now.
Yeah, why are we giving out motivational advice?
On Minecraft.
Crazy.
Yes, I'm giving out motivational advice.
And there's an ad. Oh my gosh. YouTube.
Are there any okay, there's a couple villagers in here. We could deal with that. Two of you. You need to get out the house. Get out the house so I can touch you. Come on. Hold on, stop running. That's 44. Okay, wait, we might not make it. Okay, there's one villager down there. There's one villager in this house. Rubbing on my eyebrows is insane. Okay, there's more houses down here though. Whoa!
What?
Join in. I like this. I like y'all. That's a lot of water. Okay, we might land ho. We might hit land ho. When did I get a saddle? I was just talking about one of those earlier.
Yeah, right.
Maybe I rubbed the nose and like a genie popped out. And they answered my wish.
Literally.
Should I go? I think it's smart for me to stay near land though, because I don't know how big the water is. We only need 3 more villagers, and time is about to run out. We're at 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I believe.
Okay, I'm gonna trust this land over here. Yeah, it's a buzzkill. I actually thought I was gonna be able to do a challenge for once.
Aww.
I actually thought I was gonna be able to complete one of my challenges. I made it to 47. I mean, we got pretty damn close. There's no villages over here.
Yeah, it's a dark oak.
Yeah, we're 10 seconds left. Can I hit the scorpion move and just give it to myself? Does that count?
Literally. No? I want to see Mortal Kombat. I mean, yeah. I haven't seen it, like the movie. Or
well,
that's okay. If I'm gonna be honest, My computer can't handle these phones.
I don't know what this shit is that I'm seeing behind the error message. I've got no clue what Minecraft is doing. They got SpongeBob SquarePants biomes and Stranger Things DLC. Crazy. But as we can see here.
Yeah, but they don't have Lucas in the Stranger Things.
Start it
sadly.
Back up and rejoin the world. So did it explode or?
That's from what I heard.
No. So it's just gonna keep crashing. We gotta start a new world. Lever. And light her up. Okay, this is what we were supposed to see. Don't know. Oh, I got display capture on, so my computer's dying. Okay, yeah, this is what we were supposed to see. Oh my god. Oh, it exploded. It finally exploded. Wait, it's just gone. What are my ticks? Okay, it finally exploded, bro. Now all we do is wait. Oh, I'm so close to being. So that took a grand total of exactly 25 minutes for the bomb to explode, everyone.
Literally.
So if you get this mod, just know you're waiting 25 minutes.
Okay, that's gonna be it for this stream. I'm sleepy. Also, Cub Scouts. That's definitely what I'm gonna watch to sleep. I love watching Cub Scouts. Okay, anyways, that's gonna be it for this stream and video. Hopefully the video does get out. I don't know. I'm gonna definitely talk to my friend to figure out how to freaking fix everything. One, I need to fix my Discord server up. Two, I need to fix my storage. I swear I had like a little hard drive or something. I can't remember. I'm sleepy. I need a nap. And plus, Cat 1 is. I just heard her. Hello. Hello. You're so cute. Oh, okay, yeah, the cats love me. Okay, I'm definitely gonna get a nap. Take a nap. English. I'm gonna take a nap. But until then, I hope you guys enjoyed, and yeah, hopefully I can figure out how to do that video for you guys as well. But have a good one, and bye-bye. Oh my god, where's my bye-bye screen?